Oh, what the fuck? Good morning. Hold on. All right. Everyone can hear me, but no camera, right? Oh, it's so bright. Jesus. Fuck. Hey, everyone. Yes, VIX is going up rapidly. Is this thing gonna fucking bounce a little? Ooh. Maybe. Not fucking much. All right. VIX at 24. Bobby's ripping downwards. No shit. Check Ko-Fi. Look at me. I am the crank now. Congratulations, Rasulia. Nvidia is getting pretty close to gamma neutral. Ko-Fi. Hold on. Lovely, John. All hail Stockad Papa Gurk. Okay, that was yesterday. That's very artistic. Can we get a coffee breakdown how it was made and what kind and flavor of the notes? No? You can fuck off. I'm not even awake yet. I'm not going to describe the terroir of my coffee. What is the NVIDIA Gamma Neutral at? Like 225, something like that. It might have moved, but it was at 225 yesterday. I suppose I could check for this morning. I know people care. I might as well do Jamie and Upstart while I'm at it, right? Hold on. It's beginning to look like the notional hedge is unstoppable. Fuck. Oh, I hate springtime. Dirty fucking plants nutting all over the place. Oh. Oh. I should have stayed in bed. Okay, those are those stocks. SPX, I don't know. It doesn't matter. We're below delta neutral. NVIDIA. Delta. Oh, gamma neutral on NVIDIA is at 227 today. So it just bounced off of it. um, SIVB news could flip the script on all this when it unhalts, I suppose. How significant is the Silvergate issue in the banking sector? Big enough to be a black swan? No. You mean a contagion? I think you're using the terminology black swan incorrectly. Oh, god damn it. Go back to be Gherk. Let us handle reverse MOASS. The fact that 10-year bonds are down 19 BPS means everyone is buying them and selling equities. If the yields drop, people are buying them. Lots of profit taking. Some, yeah. That's gonna happen. FRC negative 50%. Will you have any SPX targets for April prior to data meetings next week? For April? Possibly. That's still pretty fucking far away. Thanks a lot for the find your own strategy advice. I fell in love with CFDs and consistently grew my port by 1 to 2% every trading day for a month now. Gotta love the compounding. Nice, man. Congratulations. Thank you, Jelly Onrun. Dirty little toe beans, nay nay, ancient centaur greetings. Thank you. Risolio. Oh, adopted by the dance. Thank you so much. Guys, give him a shout out for hooking you up with Cornishon. I appreciate it. 3850 possible today? I don't know. We'll fucking find out. I guess if VIX keeps going up, sure. I don't see any like significant call positioning coming in yet. I guess that can, I mean, that can change, but let's see what 0 DTs look like. Mostly puts. Yeah, everything still looks bearish as fuck. The support levels to the downside are 3880, 3860, 3850 starting to get more gamma, and on the longer dated ones 3850 and 3800 have quite a lot of negative gamma. So like the net total, yeah, 3825 looks bearish as fuck. Can pull back up to 3900, but I don't know if it gets a lot better from that point. DCing into my SPY puts again over the duration of the day. Nice. KRE puts? Let me take a look. And puts on everything's pretty good, but the regional banking ETF, I guess you could. 421 is probably not enough time to effectively short banks. They got hit pretty hard yesterday. They might recover a bit. Bit chasey, don't you think? Especially when QQQ still trading at ridiculous levels. Got some cash to invest? Good for you. Nah, thank you, man. Your dedication to educating us allowed me to gift. That's awesome, dude. Time to buy back covered calls. Yeah, it's getting there. This bump in the VIX has done wonders to my long put position on SPX. Yeah, it does. Those 331 3600s looking pretty fucking good today. We still think we have a decent chance of an OPEX run with the markets tanking. Let's see if they recover, right? Decent BTU CSP entries. Fuck. Oh. Yeah, not terrible. Not my favorite, but not terrible. Futures are failing a little bit here. I wonder how much volatility is going to pick up for the roll. Repositioning and taking profits or holding out? Who? Me? I don't need to reposition anything right now, I don't think. I did most of that earlier. How was today's economic data? Unemployment came in a little higher, actually. It looked like there was a tiny bit of softening in the unemployment. Non-farm payrolls are still up, but down over the previous. Average hourly earnings are down, but labor participation is up. Average hourly earnings year over year is up. So month over month it's down, but year over year it's still up. Manufacturer payrolls were down, but private non-farm payrolls still significantly in excess of analyst expectations. Government payrolls were down. Kind of a little bit all over the place, but none of the data points were particularly uh, positive, at least as far as the Fed would be concerned. Probably not. Maybe sometime in the next quarter. I don't really have a target yet for QRTA. I mean, the market's tanking, so it'll probably get dragged down with it. Fuck. If we see another massive sell-off today, like yesterday, would you expect SLD next week to be a good bit lighter? Not necessarily. Um, it could be. I don't think September's was particularly gentle. And that followed a pretty big sell-off too. FRC. Fuck. Yeah, getting hammered. Oh wait, aren't they hold on. If I'm not mistaken. No, it's FMR. Huh. Curious. When banks start selling holdings? That's the real question. Is this SIVB buying the dip? Probably not. Do you have any SPXS positions? Yes. One of them. If CPI is hot next week, is that going to stoke a lot of fear in the market? With SLD too, could be headed for new lows end of quarter. Yes, it definitely could. Do you think a relief rally just before SLD to negate some of the downs? I'm considering entering some end of day calls for next week. What do you mean end of day calls? Yes, a relief rally is possible. Uh, it's not extremely likely right now, given the extent of the negative hedge, but it is possible. The market gamma to the downside accelerates as the S&P moves away from 3930, 3950, which was the December roll range. Liquidity deposits from March OPEX will be increasing as the sell-off grows. Yeah. Yeah, the momentum looks kind of hard to stop at this point. But Nvidia is very close to gamma neutral. Have you checked the massive short interest reported on Bobby? I'm well aware of it. Um, what's wrong with that? It's in a debt spiral and near bankruptcy. Of course, people are shorting it. I was thinking of entering calls end of day today, expiring next week to capture a potential upside. It seems beneficial for the market to move up before SLD puts will take profit eventually or not. Yeah, not necessarily. I mean, we're not really getting any pullback in the VIX. Um, the negative hedge on SPX is fucking massive. The negative hedge on SPY is relatively even more massive. To get this to turn around, you need like large scale put capitulation, and a lot of those are already in the money. My understanding is they can't go bankrupt or get diluted in the short term. I'm in for the short time. Good luck. I bought some SQQQ calls. Figure tech will see the drop next, since it has been resilient as of late. Some SQQQ calls. I figure tech will see the drop next. Yeah, SQQQs did pretty well yesterday. It's likely that in the event of larger scale sell-offs, Nasdaq will be hit hardest, especially because it's had so much resilience so far. So the only ups we expect today due to put profit taking for S&P roll, just expect chop with higher volatility. Kind of, yeah. I mean, we definitely still have range down to like 3850, 3800. Uh, even more so if VIX continues to climb. The next really big VIX position is March 22nd at 24. So crossing 24 here and holding it could be pretty impactful. What happens when Nvidia hits neutral? The market maker stops buying into falling prices. This is a good time for May 200p Nvidia puts. Can we see it break under 227 today? I think that's a reasonable expectation. Should I hold my puts for next week? Well, up to you. SPY can't seem to get above 390. It's going to be tough. I need to find the fucking contract in front now that they moved it. ESH 2023. There we go. Okay. Yeah, March contract looks like it's failing a little bit here. Starting to 39.10, I guess, is going to be some resistance. I don't even, maybe it doesn't even get that high. Baba Rip. I don't know. What's Baba doing? Yeah, Baba's up 1%. Surprising. HSI and Shenzhen got hammered overnight. Must be news. C Limited is cutting employees. I don't see why the fuck that would make a difference. Um, be honest with me, what are the chances that Nvidia falls to 0 today? 0? Viv Spriggs 24 again. Is it too early for the Bears? I don't know. I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean. Thanks, Bobby Boucher. RC sold Baba. Okay. When? Bloomberg Live talking about banking contagion as a concern for traders, but not really? Okay. Jimmy FTDs finished today? No, today's the third day. They continue for 3 more days. Uh, today's generally the peak. After this point, liquidity is kind of balanced, and so you get like you generally don't see a lot of price action from the remaining ETF FTDs. Still can add resilience to our downside though. Is this a place that you would recommend tightening stops on VIX calls? I don't know. How much time do you have on them? 24 could be a fairly significant resistance, although I don't know if it's going to matter much. What's up, Dork? SAVB halted for 2 hours. Care to speculate as to what they're going to release? No idea. I'm sure they're doing like liquidity tests. Did you exit your in the money Tesla puts, or are they long dated? They're pretty long dated. I have March 17s, but those are at 200. I have April 180s and I have May 150s. I might pick up some more in May, especially with Tesla bouncing back a little bit today. But I'll probably wait for OPEX to do that. March 391 March 10 spy puts, a terrible idea. Do you want to buy in the money puts? I don't know. It's probably okay. Yeah, Dixie's dropping. That's not good. The jobs data was pretty mixed. Unemployment was up, which was surprising, actually, but not a lot. Um, Non-farm payrolls were above expectations. I believe hourly earnings were month over month were below, but year over year still above, or just at forecast. Participation rate was up. Um, those are really the only ones that matter. Damn, Dixie down almost 1%. It's gonna be hard to hold those margins with the dollar dropping, huh? Fidelity showing no available shares for Jamie today. Okay. You do know that doesn't mean there's no available shares, right? That just means that Fidelity doesn't have any. MTB Dork, Dixie down is bullish for the market, I thought. It's not that simple. Yellen monitoring a few banks. Yeah, I heard. Thank you, Seacraft. Amount of service jobs added was, as a percent, was high. Speaks to those concerned about the hospitality wage spiral. True. When do we tell him? Whenever you want. I don't care. What's your take on Fubo right now? The market really did not like the dilution despite great growth. Do you see any upcoming catalysts? I mean, as long as they remain on their projected course for 2025 and positive free cash flow, then I don't love the dilution, obviously. I've spoken on that. It looks like they didn't make a bad choice though. They now just have, $80 million extra on their balance sheet, so I don't think that is going to hurt the potential of the company significantly. And I don't think the dilution is going to do much except slightly constrain my long-term price target, right? So, it might bring down my long-term price target by 10%, but not significantly enough for me to care. And it's also still very heavily shorted. So the event of a crash, its potential to bounce back on short covering is quite high. What price on Nvidia are you looking for? End of day or end of week next week? If we get under 227, do I take my shirt off? That's entirely up to you, Casper the Champ. I find that Nvidia under $210 is probably worth taking my shirt off for. I might get a little hot. I don't know. I might not. Who bought the shares of Fubo? I don't know. I have some money for you to buy more puts. Be wary of IV Crush. How far out do you usually buy index straddles and strangles when near term IV gets so high on shorter dated contracts? Oh, usually like 7 to 14 days when IV starts spiking like crazy. I try to get out into a range where IV is down more, but with VIX up, that's going to be harder to find. I just want NVIDIA down 45% in 3 days. Is that too much to ask? I mean, maybe not. Monday is going to be real interesting with all the fear in the air. You can taste it. How do you not know who bought shares of Fubo? It's all natty CSPs getting hits. Are GMACCs a good idea right now? No? Unless you sold them a couple weeks ago and you're just closing them. You can sell short dated ones, but it's risky. Um, a sustained market like Jimmy is very illiquid, and a high volume sustained market bounce could drag the price up, and so selling near the money becomes very dangerous, and then selling out of the money for the period of time that we have available to us is pointless. So bring up Docu. Oh yeah, my puts. How are my puts doing? Ha! Yes. Where are those? This is fantastic. And now I'm going to be able to buy it at $40 again. Love this market. I'm going to set some stops on those. You nailed the docu-play. Give us a smug grin. I'm holding it. I'm reserving it for VIX at 25. Let's go, baby. You can do it. Holy fuck, I'm tired and allergic to everything. I heard we have a new bear song. We do. Or add the money GMECC is okay for next week. I just got done saying they're risky. They're very, very risky. They're just like they're not worth the premium. Like the yield is garbage, right? Because you've only got this Friday today or next Friday to sell them, right? And then you take the risk that like SLD finishes up early and shit starts running before OPEX. I'm most excited for cat under 200 again. Who said you're gonna get that? Look at this slow ass capitulation of 3890. Did you get yesterday's stream demonetized? I don't know, I didn't check. You're not allergic to making this motherfucking money. True. That's accurate. 331, 3850, plenty of theta to capture CPI plus SLD period. 3850, 331. You might want to wait for like a pullback before entering longer dated SPX positions. Although the market could crash Monday, so I guess it could go either way. I was up 4:30 on my vacation, at 4:30 on my vacation to be with you. I appreciate the dedication of you being here with us while tired with allergies. You're a good man, Charlie Brown. Thank you so much, Paris. I am, aren't I? Do you anticipate GME fully announces they are cash flow positive this earnings? They were cash flow positive last earnings. I did see your Ko-Fi from Market Open, John. Um, it was glorious. Remember earlier this week when we were tapping 4050 and the viewer base were all mad and crying about their positions? Well, now look at us. I know. Stock market, same like marble balanced on bowling ball, bond market. No, they got my zero DTEs. Oh no. I'm so sorry to hear that. Ban the bears. Why would I? What? Myself? Docu is the worst stock this side of the Missouri River. False. That's NVIDIA. I'm buying April 28th for next week. I think it's okay. Okay. Be careful with that hyperbolic crash language. You'll get the pores going. I mean, it could. Generally, the market doesn't like weekends with bank contagions. There's nothing going on here. Pack it up, folks. I'll see you on Monday. I don't know. VIX is pretty spicy. Future's gonna fail here? People think that SPX is going to be trading at 39.92 in December. Get the fuck out of here. Futures really need to cool their tits. Does this mean walk-in won't be banned after Monday? We'll see. Are we gonna start getting the thing where some bank branches just don't open up on Monday? That happened a lot the last time. We'll see. I mean, with the federal stress tests, like banks should be far more resilient, right? But that doesn't mean they're not gonna liquidate a bunch of shit. Why was Walken banned? Oh, I don't like him at all. He's a prick. Worse yet, he's an ignorant prick. Those are the most insufferable kind. When you crash, what sort of movement are you actually talking about? 10% over the weekend? That'd be fucking crazy. I don't know. Opening up like 300 basis, 500 basis points down. Crashes don't usually happen all at once. They can. It's rare. What do I pull all my money out of the bank and stuff it under my mattress? You haven't already? I know, but what was the straw that broke the camel? I mean, Centaur's back. We don't know yet, right? Probably the bond market. Thinking bear pennant on SPX? Kind of looks like it, right? I mean, futures just keeps giving up lower and lower levels. VIX is still rising. VIX is kind of just going now, right? I don't know if there's a whole lot of stopping VIX at this point. The momentum everywhere is very hard to turn around. So the last time when we dragged down to like 39.25, we dragged down right to the point where gamma was gonna get so fucking out, like negative gamma was gonna get so out of control that there was no coming back, right? And then we bounced really, really hard. Um this time we've surpassed that level by quite a bit. I don't know if there's like the potential for this to pull back very much. Not without massive, massive buying, right? And or a lot of stabilization until gamma kind of normalizes in this range. Can you tell us your opinion on each of us, one at a time, in alphabetic order? No. I literally said the same thing to a friend an hour ago. Huh. Do you ever get tinfoily or just write things off as coincidental? You foresaw a coming downturn in the overall market. Then the bank contagion news comes. Convenient. News purposefully timed. I don't think purposefully timed. I think just a larger effect of the macroeconomic conditions we've been seeing build over the last 3 months, right? What VIX PT does your 12,000 SPX go green? I don't know. People have to bid it up first, but it's really not been purchased for the purpose of it going green, right? I just bought it so I could watch SPX IV. Um it's very sensitive to changes in implied volatility. But if people, if we fall below like Vana neutral and the market maker has to start selling uh in order to hedge Vega, then possibly it starts getting bid up. It'd be fun to sell it to Kenny for like 12,000x. Incoming $50 billion futures buy. Well, that'd be pretty obvious, right? Did I miss it, or can you explain why Docu would go down this hard? I don't think you missed anything. Reduced forward guidance. Their earnings were okay, which I kind of expected them to be. Um, they got hammered exactly to my price target. I mean, literally. I have it right here. This was my PT. I was just running a little hot. Damn. When did I write that shit? That was like a month and a half ago? Fuck, I'm good at this. Uh, there's methods for analyzing the VIX. Most of them are like dispersion and probability models. Doing TA on the VIX is kind of fucking dumb. Kind of like Fibonacci. I like that you have that contract, so if newbies come in, they can see that and go, "Wow, this guy's an idiot," and then leave. Yeah, I know. But they don't know about Rova. Imagine what happens if Powell goes 0.5 to that contract. Whew, fuck. And VIX is above 30. Dear God. Then I'll wish I bought more of them. I'm no longer bullish on this market. SPY 300 end of year. No one cares about your opinions, Bipolar Bear. Quick bullish soundbite on GME for the hopium. No hopium, just still liquid. I hope it runs. That'd be cool. I'd love to sell more covered calls. E-signatures are commoditized. Lots of competitors just throwing that into a bundle. DocuSign will continue to dip long term. Right and wrong. So they do have a lot of competition coming into the space. However, on the legal side of things, they are way ahead and have built a significant moat around their business that will be hard for competitors to follow. While competitors can target their current primary business, they're like uh, medical signature authorizations and legal signature authorizations that they are getting approval for on a state by state basis are going to put them significantly ahead of their competition for the next 5 to 7 years. I think. Of course, that's just an opinion. Nothing like red tape to fuck your competition. DM, 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 DM. I love everything. What did you do? Ah, you beautiful son of a bitch. Nice. You trading VIX futures? What are you up to? What kind of game are you playing? Are they trying to defend 3,900 or just profit taking? Probably profit taking and repositioning. Yeah, let me check out zero DTs and stuff. So zero DTs are building up to the downside. They're not super heavy. Calls are ridiculously light still. Um, the 3880 and 3860 strikes are starting to pick up a lot of interest, as is 3850. On the longer term time frame, mm, Gamma's kind of flattening out to the upside. Uh, I think that's mostly just positions closing. We have a significant amount of negative resistance at 3,900. And yeah, 3875 3860 and 3850 all look like pretty important price targets to the downside. Puts continue to build out of the money. 3800 and now 3750 and 3775 picking up a fairly significant amount of interest as well. Thoughts on meta puts? Oh, I hate meta. Yeah, I think it's a big sack of shit. Theta? A beautiful Gorkalicious Centaur. Closed my NVIDIA puts at the absolute bottom this morning. Sitting cash, listening to your every word, ready to play. Gingerly touches hips and kisses lips. Thanks, Mr. Gold. This whole run I'm on is SPX VixCons and MES short. Nice. Slight miracle. Dole actually down 1.24% today. Bad news. Still $12. Yeah, that doesn't help much. Bloomberg was yapping how the inversion curve isn't a signal of a downturn any longer. Trying to smokescreen retail. You need someone to buy the bags. Have you already covered SVB? What about it? They're undercapitalized. It was pretty obvious when they did the share offering. Let's talk to JPOW. He's mad that we've stopped being bagged by banks and hedgies. He's told me you don't talk to JPOW. It's ridiculous. He's not going to cut 200 BPS next month. Don't forget the Zuck is a lizard and you're staunchly anti-lizard. I'm not staunchly anti-lizard, but I fucking can't stand Mark Zuckerberg. Any other economic data coming out today? I'm just trying to see if any unexpected events could cause a big bounce. I don't think there's any more economic data today. There's a monthly budget statement at 2 o'clock. It's not really going to matter much. I'm going to average down 0 DT 3850p. Probably. Ooh. Maybe 95. Ooh, yeah, VIX is ticking up quick. I like it. Man, Russell's getting fucking hurt today. Down 200 BPS already. Or, well, RTY. Pound up. Euro up. Bitcoin 19.9. Okay. Gold's moving. Bonds are way the fuck up again. SPF looks like it's getting ready to sell off more. SPY is getting a little downside momentum too. Yeah, there's still more room. All right. Pete's go wee. Dancing Bears below 38.50. That'd be a crazy fucking day if we did. US 10-year down 23 BPS. Big oof. Future a mess right now? Yeah. Are you planning on leaving exposure to puts over the weekend? Yes. This doesn't look like a pretty this does look like a pretty textbook continuation pattern though. Yeah, it does. So I was up 2K on puts this morning, then it started turning around. I was entering orders to get out at 1K profit. Then the wife just had to show me a funny old commercial. I exited with 150. There's always another opportunity, man. Sometimes life happens. How can I trade SPX and VIX contracts on WeBull? I'm in Australia, so I don't know if I need to do anything else to be able to buy options on it. How the fuck would I know, man? I don't think you do, but I'm not in Australia. Why would I know Webull's specific requirements for Australian clients? Can you explain the non-cash goodwill impairment from TDoc for 2022? The one from last year? Oh, I can't remember. What about it? Is there something specific? Vic's going for 25. Yeah, it's getting frothy. Huh. Vic's at 2481 right now. Oof. Yeah, it's pushing. How long is this shit gonna hold up? This is ridiculous. Jesus Christ. 10,000 put volume at 38.50 since I last checked. Um, you guys. 3880, 3860 getting loaded up on the zeros. 3800. Jesus. 3800 for 317. Thirty eight hundred for April too. Yeah, this just looks like a lot more put buyers coming in. repositioning to the downside even more. Biden talking? Do you know what about? How degen are $24 SPXS calls for April 21st? I mean, probably not nearly as degen as my SPXS $24 calls for the 17th. Huh. That's interesting. Huh. I know it's loud, that's the point. Just don't dance. I didn't. The Bears did. Thanks, Brad Pitt / Patrick Swayze. No. Does Spy dance around 3,900 all day? It's a distinct possibility. Susquehanna maintained their price on Nvidia of 265 a share. Someone's still gotta offload some bags. What's their cost basis? Their cost basis is $233 a share. 233, oh, they have 3 positions? 130, 233, and 161. Ah, broke up. Guy who bought at 233 got fired after he released the analyst report targeting 265. Is this futures buying causing the upwards price action? Probably to some extent, yeah. Futures volume's not that crazy. Maybe a put position that closed. Yeah, futures volume's not crazy. Well, maybe the March contract is higher. No, not particularly. Wait, did they fucking switch that back? God damn it. Push it for a fix. Did SVB get unhalted? Ooh. No. Okay. I blame the fucking bear sign. We hit VIX 25. What was I supposed to do? Tempted to pour my port into weekly 30C VIX calls just in case Monday we open down bigly. They want the gap, then we can fall. Maybe. It's a pretty small gap. There's a lot of other upside gaps that seem way more important. How annoyed would you be if you had weekly puts on SIVB and it stayed halted all day? Oh, that'd be pretty annoying. Phil? Thanks for becoming a zillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Is there much arbitrage between the futures roll periods? Yes. Volatility can pick up during this time frame anyway. How low do you think Upstart can go before OPEX? I mean, I still want to buy it like under between like $15 and $12. I don't think that's out of the question. Is there a certain low GME can get to for you to buy more shares, or are you done buying GME? I'd buy more at like $5. YouTube logged me out as soon as I joined. What the fuck? Why? What impacts come of the SIVB situation? We don't know yet. Are other banks undercapitalized? We'll find out. Stay tuned. Did Yuri send you the finished new bear song? Oh yeah, he did. I want to buy more GME, but I feel like there's more downside coming. There probably is. VIX 25 to 24 in 5 minutes. Yep. Let's see how many minutes it takes to get back to 25. Oh. A lot of gaps on that push up. The current The current skew adjusted negative hedge on SPX is 10 billion. And then the NAVE, 38.3. Have you tried taking medication, Bruce Wayne? Is this why all the guys at the Senate wanted to talk about was lowering stress tests for banks? Maybe. Fubo no longer marginable through Apex, according to Tasty Trade. Did it fall below 150? Yep. Close the calls. I don't know about that. I'll probably wait till Biden stops talking. What probability do you give RevRQ going to 0 at this point? I have no idea what's going to happen at their meeting. I mean, it's the probability is probably pretty high. You gonna buy more Fubo? I might average down a little here. I'll probably enter some synthetic longs once the market stabilizes. Why SPY no bust down? They're so impatient. Hmm. Another little push up. Or is there no momentum for it? Hmm. It's moving back up again. Okay. Biden isn't speaking yet. Will Fubo synthetic longs still offer X to 1 leverage when market stabilizes? Wouldn't a stable market make puts less expensive and calls more expensive? Not if the skew still favors puts on Fubo. I mean, they're not 2 to 1 on the same date anyway. You have to buy like 2024s to get 2 to 1 leverage. Are there still attractive entry points for SPX puts? Yeah. I mean, they're expensive, but yeah. Is Biden going to talk bailouts? I have no idea. At what dollar point is Fubo have the possibility of delisting due to low price per share? It has to fall under $1 and then stay there for some period of time. Holy shit, there's almost 54k OI and 0 DT SPY 380p. That's quite a lot, yeah. How stoked would you be if a reporter asked him about SVB? That'd be pretty funny, I guess. I'm sure they will, right? Is he speaking on the economy or something else entirely? Does anybody know? Sup, Girk Berry here. Some might be sussin', and Waka probably thinks his calls are bussin'. I'm sitting here calmly because I've got Theta on my SPX puts, and Watkins gonna lose all his gains. I mean, I have some calls too. It's good to have like a little bit of a backstop. He's talking on the jobs report now. We're just gonna chop for the rest of the day then, maybe. Or we just fill the gap here and then it's over. All right. Do you think Docu has much more room to drop, or did we see most of the action in one go? It could have more room to drop. I have stops on my puts now. It already hit my price target. I actually bought puts on VIX instead of calls. I think I'm gonna get out a few percent green. Congratulations. Head and shoulders on VIX. That's not like, well, first off, not really, and then that's also not like a real thing. Head and shoulders on SPX, maybe. Stop doing TA on VIX. Powell exactly, dude. Ready for 75 BPS. Is there a range on SPX which you start DCAing into long-term ETF type holdings? Maybe like If SPX was like under 3,000, at 3,000 or under 3,000. I assumed you were, Gilgamesh. VIX consolidating at the EMA. Oh, god damn it. I've been running TA on my portfolio value. Is it going to break out? With CPI and PPI coming cooling and JPOW does a 25 BPS rate, do you see another rally? Yeah, we could see another rally still. It's hard right now, but once like the gamma hedge cools a bit, then we can see one. Can the market dump already? My 1 DTEs are getting tired. We'll see. We're not going below 24 here, which is probably a good sign. Tenure is volatile as fuck. Yeah, I think it's got a lot of activity right now. I also would like a dump so I can close my 0 DT or at least set stops before lunch. Well, this looks like it's starting to break down, so you may get your wish. VIX is still constrained a little bit, but it's probably going to start breaking up as well. Yeah, VIX is starting to tick up now. $24.14. Oh, that's what's wrong. Repositioning starting to slow down on uh the March contract, which is bearish. How's it looking on the June? A little bit. See, if this really starts to break down, it kind of looks like we're headed towards, yeah, like 38.54. Maybe we don't see it till Monday, though. VIX still struggling to stay kind of low. VIX SPX divergence, what mean? They're diverged right now. They're kind of realigning to the downside here though, which is super fucking bearish. Provided it continues. There's still no momentum yet. I have no idea what delta neutral for NVIDIA is. Gamma neutral is 227 and change. Can we see, do you think we could see a new low on SPX today? Potentially? Ooh, see, there's a little bit of pushback. I think if we slip back below 3,900 here, that's probably where this all starts to matter a lot. Hmm. Let's see what call positioning looks like. Decent amount of call positioning above 3,900. I should have some upside hedge here. Closer to the money? $39.50 call volume is quite high. I wonder if those are just sold. 39.25. Or it fails. Curious. There's a lot of 0DTE call volume, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Grind up, I guess? Or just get rejected again here? And that's kind of fucking hard to figure out. Fix isn't failing that hard. Yeah, it might be wise to get a small call position here. Maybe not. It's really hard to tell if this is going to fail or if it's going to break out. I feel like if it fails, it could fail pretty dramatically. Hmm. The gap's been filled. Yeah, I mean, we're back to 0 on the day. Yesterday's CME group had a 50 BPS hike at 68.3% and 25 BPS hike at 31.7. Today, 50 BPS hike is like 39.5 and 25 BPS is 60. Seems like they have no idea. I mean, they don't. That thing's fucking horseshit. Did we bounce off a long-term downtrend that looks like support right now? No. We bounced off like a key resistance at like 38.85, but not a long-term downtrend. We're way below that. Mm. If VIX starts to climb up here again, that's probably bearish. If it keeps dropping, I think bullish. Oh, yeah, bullish. 30, 23, 30. Fuck, it still looks like it's gonna fail. Maybe just a little higher. What do you think, Dork? No volume. Don't know what to make of it. Seemed like last Friday at peak point for the short, they pumped it all up. We'll see, but last Friday there was a lot of futures volume. This isn't running up on volume yet. The hedge is still massively negative. Busy setting and replacing stops. Hmm. Okay, so June contracts getting rejected. March contracts getting bought. I'm pumping it to stop at 0 DTE puts. Maybe? I don't think so. It doesn't look like stop loss hunting. I mean, it's pretty clear that calls are trying to gain some ground here. You hate me? I love you. This is awkward what to do. With a great big call and a put from me to you. Next I'll buy you centaur shoes. Also, SPX to 39.50 looks a bit more likely. It still needs to break up more. There's not like 39.25 is a huge resistance. After hours, yes, they're shorting treasuries to pump the market. Ah, okay. Interesting. Wouldn't it be in their best interest to pump today as much as they can with zero DTs to force put capitulation before the weekend? I mean, they're not going to force the long-term puts to capitulate. Those are coming in for like the 17th and for the 31st and for April 21st. Those aren't going to give a shit. They can get the zero DTs to close out, but that doesn't benefit them over the weekend. Closing today above 39.40 would count as a bounce on the MA, like the one on December 13 inverse. We're below the MA. You can't just move them around and be like, oh, this is the bounce instead. That's not how tracking the 200 MA works. Check out option flow 5,000 strike for 317. Member 1 year. um, is it particularly high? 5,000 strike. For 317. I don't see anything like significant coming in there. Maybe just like volatility positioning. Hmm. Okay, that's a big drop in VIX. $23. Still no fucking volume on futures. Dixie moving up a little bit. I mean, someone took profits, right? But someone's just trying to take advantage of the momentum from someone taking profits. It's not really getting a lot of momentum, which makes it difficult to say if it's going to continue breaking up or not. I have 39.50s from yesterday, too. I guess the call side's printing on my straddle. Bank insolvency, now bullish? No. Yeah, this is probably going to keep going for a little bit. I want to close these? Probably. Reopen them later if I need to. I'll put 4,000. So, 39.40's resistance, 39.50's resistance. They're trying to capitulate me. Cool. I just DRS to my 0DT. Get wrecked, nerds. Losing momentum? I mean, we're not losing a lot of momentum on the downside for the long term. But yeah, for the intraday right now, be careful. It can keep pushing. There's still room. 39.50. Put reposition. A big enough failure yet. Yeah, don't get juked out. This VIX isn't moving up enough on this pullback. Fidelity is giving the absolute worst pricing on my call. SPX goes up by 5. My contract gains 10. Goes down by 1, and I lose $50 to $100. Huh. Are you out of the money? Alright. I'll close the call side of my straddle here. I feel like it's too big a risk to hope that it tests 39.50. Well, I have stops. I mean, I'll probably get stopped out, though. Um, I love that you still linked the DT and YouTube chat. It's important. Okay. All side capitulation now. That was a hell of a grind up. No, a little bit. 39.35. 39.05 selling off. 3900s are still kind of hanging in there. We want to fall below 39.10 to see any serious downside momentum. So still a ways away from that. I would continue to be cautious. Did you cut all the 38.50s for today? Yeah. Too big a risk that it would have tested 39.50. They just die at that point. Is SPX going to stop playing hard to get now? And let me see some bust down action. We'll see. VIX is recovering pretty nicely here. Back over 23, which is good. Back over 24 would be much better, obviously. I still want to see a breakdown at the 39.25 level. That's going to be pretty important. Futures resting on the 39.60 support. You're looking at the June contract. Yes. It doesn't look like it's going to hold it, however. March contract is failing 39.23. Well, 30, I guess 39.25. It's beginning to fail 39.25. As is SPX. See, well, you want to hold the straddles till you have like a lot of momentum in one direction, right? And that's kind of like what the 39.50 puts were. If like we kept barreling downwards, my calls from last night would be just destroyed, right? Because I've got to hold them into the day. And so you buy like cheaper out of the money puts in order to hedge the failure of the call side. Is the 38.50 a wash sale if it profits? If it profits, I don't think it will. All right, we're getting really close to breaking down through 39.10. Probably, I don't know. I want to say that we'd be nearing some support, but it's unlikely. If we just fall through this and VIX keeps rising, VIX is going to start rocketing back up. Especially under 3,900. Yeah, we just broke right through 39.10. Yeah, and there goes VIX. Yeah, see, this is the thing about like breakdowns in these trends is they tend to be quite strong. I kind of regret moving the 39, 38, 38.50s up to 38.75, but what are you gonna do? One second. All right. Is this bullish? Holding 39.10? Could be. I don't think so. I think momentum favors the downside here. So was that just a gap fill? I mean, it was quite a bit more than a gap fill. I finally worked out how to avoid getting caught out by stops. I didn't set any. I got my first margin call on the bounce. Diamond handing 0 DTs. Nice. FDIC taking over SIVB. That's what I figured was going to happen. Yeah, that's not good. So someone's gonna be picking up their assets at quite the discount. The FDIC is super efficient. That's a failure. That's a bank failure. What percent ups do you actually do something with your VIX 30s, even though they are Junes? I don't know. I'll probably hang on to them for a little while. I think the market's likely to get more volatile. Classic bank failure. Nothing to see here. Happens regularly. Oh boy. Contagion on the menu. Yep. IA. What's SPXS doing? I really feel like I shouldn't be holding these fucking things. The fact that they printed leads me to think that I should be ditching them as quickly as possible. However, this may continue to fail, so maybe I just won't carry them over the weekend. Yep, Vic's still pushing up. Futures, the sell-off's slowing a little bit here around 39.10, but I don't know if that's going to shift the momentum at all. I think it may just continue selling off. Yeah, I'm starting to get a little more volume to the downside here in the consolidation, so probably a continued breakdown. VIX almost back to 24. Nice. Where do you see SPX if CPI comes in lower than expected? Small pump, then down again? If CPI comes in lower than expected, we may get some serious put capitulation, like the longer dated puts. Those who aren't old enough to remember 2008, there were some institutional failures in March of that year, and the market didn't crash until the fall. Yep. I'm here. Thanks for waiting, dudes. What's up, trash? I set stops, then cancel them when they get close, and miss the exit every time. Huh. Why? Don't fuck with your stops. You're fiddling with them. Yeah, VIX over 24. Fidgeting with your stops seem like losing more money. Don't be a stop fiddler. Exactly. Do you think economic data next week looks bullish? No? It's not out yet, so I don't think it looks like anything. You're worried about these small gaps we're leaving on SPX? Not particularly. Do we get the bear song every time VIX crosses 25? No. You got it the one time. Well, I'll think about it. It depends on how hard we sell off at 3900. I wasn't old enough to trade or invest in 2008. I was like still in school. You close your calls puts one by one if you have more than one. You can put different stop losses on each of them too. It depends on which brokerage you have. Some brokerages allow that, some don't. What if it really crosses 25 this time? Like crosses for real on God for real. Crosses 25. Let's see how we do at 24 first. Hmm. Did you can't do TA on VIX? Why not look at it in different form, i.e. not candlesticks? And you can if you want to. You don't need candlesticks to do TA though. You play puts on banks like SIVB when anticipating a big downturn. It's too hard to determine what banks will fail. Uh, we probably don't have access to enough data to determine where their exposure lies or their largest exposure lies, but you could dig into it if you want to. Might be profitable. Thoughts on Lyft at these prices? I hate Lyft. I think it's a shit company. All you need to do, TA, is a straight edge, a Sharpie, and a crystal ball. Accurate. The ball's just for holding though. You don't need that to draw with. I put the stop back and made money. Surprise. Huh. God, this is fucking slow. $24.09. Uh, little support here. Five. About 80.50 this morning for 480. Sold for 80. Am I doing this the wrong way? My goal is to make money or give it away. I'm so confused. I don't know what your goal was. What are some things to keep in mind when taking profits on longer dated puts? The thesis hasn't played out, but it's started. My experience is for May and June. There's still a lot of time until then. You can scale back your positioning, take profits, and then reposition with your profits while taking your initial capital allocation off of the table. My TA indicator has 100% accuracy, but it goes to school in Canada. You can't see it, but trust me, it's real. I don't want to see Adabit's new post. I don't give a flying fuck. Hypothetically, if CPI is cool, the Fed only goes to 0.25. I don't expect the market will really pump, but all the underlying issues would remain, right? So just a place to short again? If the Fed, CPI is cool and the Fed goes with 0.25. The market, I mean, the market will stabilize. I don't know how hard it'll pump. I mean, 0.25 still 0.25 more. Yeah, none of the underlying issues would change there. What makes you not take profits and reposition on your Nvidia puts now that some are green? Why would I take profits on them? I have a lot of them, and they're all relatively far dated. I don't think I have any reason to take profits on them yet. FDIC closes SVB. I know, I heard. I repositioned on the bounce, made like 20% on the calls on the run. I think I'm in a better put position than before now. Nice. Papa Greg, serious question here. Last week, the spread between futures and SPX was roughly $10 or so. Now the prices are nearly on top of each other. Why is that? As you get closer and closer to expiration, the spread between the two narrows. VIX or SP ES futures like for March expire next week. If people learn to sell verticals to cover your original cost basis and give you a free range to make money moving forward, yeah, you can do that too. I don't really know if there's a lot of support here. I think there's just a lot of effort to keep momentum from picking up to the downside. I don't think support's a great way to look at this because it keeps slipping, right? More and more and more. Does the FDIC liquidate assets or how do they deal with them? Generally like the depositor comes first. So, my knowledge of FDI procedure is minimal, but yeah, I mean, they come in, they shut everything down. Assets, start getting moved to other entities, and then they start liquidating and ensuring that depositors are able to withdraw their money. If there's not enough money there, I believe they get it from the treasury. I have 3880, 38, 3990, 3880, 3890. Just should I just cut my losses and sell now? Not necessarily. I mean, if we break 3900 right now, there's going to be some pretty serious momentum. VIX will probably move back above 25 pretty quickly. And then it could potentially keep going up. I mean, they've obviously VIX is in a. I mean, you can count this as a bullish reversal. VIX has regained the ground that it lost pretty rapidly, and is continuing to push up. So I don't know if there is a next shoulder here. It kind of looks like VIX is just rising. They briefly had control of momentum there, and then they failed to do anything of significance with it, and then they lost control of the momentum. This is kind of what I was talking about earlier with the like the market makers push to the downside is so fucking strong that it's very, very hard for us to reverse trend completely. Like we can have bounces like that, But the overall trend is probably going to stay bearish. But it did get close. It got a little scary there at the top. I'm going to this weekend flush with cash, and by flush, I mean $153. Sounds like you can afford a nice dinner, popcorn trader. What's interesting is that when the bank fails, they always have buyers lined up. Yep. So after futures expiration, the deviation compared to SPX increases again and slowly diminishes. Yep. Diminishes over time. VIX pushing higher, but SPX isn't moving down as much like earlier. What could be the reason for this? I mean, they're resisting the turnaround, pretty strongly. I don't think it's gonna matter. We're in March contract's about to lose 3,900. It's very close. If that slips, and SPX is already losing it, I'd imagine SPY is as well. What's SPY trading at? Yeah, SPY already lost 3090. The June contract slipped 3940. It doesn't look like they're going to succeed in stabilizing it. Flashbacks to the last time they pushed us out of put territory. All you can do is be prepared. Tesla doesn't even care. SPY can drop to 360, 200 again soon anyway. Man, if SPY drops to 360, Tesla's going to go back to $100. I don't know what the fuck you're smoking, but that company's a pile of shit. They're fighting hard here and losing big. Yeah. Tesla is not pricing in its contracting margins or its increased competition in the sector, of which there is a lot. That and the CEO is a fucking idiot. March futures lost 3,900 already. Why do I have two lines in the same spot? That was weird. As an individual trader, leaving the channel aside, do you think you contribute anything valuable to society? I sure as fuck hope not. Why do you think Elon needs more liquidity for a $40 billion loan? What's it going to take for them to hedge the Meta 180Ps? We'll see. Give it time. You need, if you want to short Meta, get Theta. That was a big slip. Well, they tried. Damn, like didn't even build out a right shoulder. Um, yeah, 38.50. It's possible. 38.75 and 38.60 are more likely. VIX not over 25 yet. Getting there though. Close. I know you said earlier you have 24 Cs on the SPX expiring next week. Is that crash protection? Or is that something you think will go in the money? Oh, it was just like me and Dork fucking around on option strat. They're up 50% right now. QQQ. Oh shit. Or, huh. That's gonna lose its ground again for the day. VIX just at 25. Sweet dreams are made of cheese. They are. So's the moon. It's just underneath us. I'm not sure this is showing any signs of slowing. June contract's already down to 39.25. If it slips that, this is just gonna keep going, right? Some earlier support here at like 38.85. Jesus Christ. This is like 100 BPS drop from half an hour ago. What, what would signify a crash? Faults? View support, maybe. 6 over 25 is pretty scary for them, I think. How do you push back against that fucking hedge, though? The zero DTE, the zero DTE gamma is negative 14 billion. Jesus fucking Christ. That's enough to buy out GameStop twice over with market orders. Just think of what you could get on the NFT marketplace with that kind of cash. The whole company. I'm just gonna stay here and watch everyone shorting Tesla lose their money. Really? My 200 and 180 puts are already up. Let's have claw range. Both sides of all my regional bank straddles are printing. I love IV. Is this piece of shit gonna claw its way out of this hole or not? It's just the Dancing Bear song. There's another new song, but I haven't played it yet. Oh. This seems like an important point. Hmm. Are we bearish or bullish? I'm pretty bearish. Hmm. Yeah, VIX isn't coming down nearly as hard this time. Here comes the right shoulder. Yeah, right now it's a bear flag. You think a poor like me, it took his tendies too soon because he's been burnt too many times. Is any hope of repositioning Monday, or is volatility going to price me out? I mean, there's no way of telling if you're going to be able to get back in or not. Maybe. I don't know what's going to happen over the weekend. SPX went to a chiropractor. That's why the shoulder is that disjointed. I see. I held in DCA my 022 puts and profited big just now. Nice, man. If this is the right shoulder, does that mean we could bounce around in this channel for another hour or so? But it's not the right shoulder. This would have been the right shoulder had there been any actual fucking buy pressure. There just wasn't, right? So it's flattened out. That's kind of like an even more epic failure of a head and shoulders than you would normally see. And also, just a failure of this overall. It did break out though, briefly. VIX start going up here again. Looks like it. Yep. Futures failing to hold 80-90 here. Yeah, this is not looking bullish at all. June contracts losing 39.25. SPY maybe slipping 38.50 here. I don't think that resistance is particularly relevant. 387.50 is a little more important, but still losing ground. VIX starting to move back up. Are you playing the downside of QQQ at all? Yeah, I have like 250 SQQQ calls between $40 and $50. I have puts on QQQ 280 April 21st, 260 May 19th. Is it May 19th? I forget what the May monthly is. I think it's May 19th. SIVB was taken over by the SEC like hours ago. Or FDIC, rather. I have a June VIX 22C in the money. If we cross and stay above 25, would it be considered too far in the money and hard to exit? No? I don't think so. Lower high here is bearish. I want to buy some puts for Monday with some profits, but is it worth it with the loss of theta? Or could SPX gap down over the weekend because the fear and the drops over the last 2 days? I mean, it very well could, but it may not. You're talking about an unknown, right? It's binary. We don't know where SPX is going to open Monday. The hedge over the weekend, especially right now, would indicate that we are looking staring down some significant downside still, but
a lot can change over the weekend, right? So, I mean, all you can do is really position as best you can and see what happens. I would say that the odds of downside are greater than the odds of us moving up, but you know, we're probably going to see more call positioning come in into the end of today as gamma starts to flatten out. Um, it probably won't come in till the end of the day, but remember that can pull us up. It can also put a lot of delta, call delta near the money going into the CPI print, right? No, the long-term bear thesis doesn't change, but he's talking about positioning with very short dated puts, right? Which is a lot different than, playing the long-term thesis of whatever's going to happen here. In the near term, risk is very high. In the long term, that's another story. But he's not talking about picking up like, oh, you beautiful bitch. I'm so proud of you. Good job, Dork. Could you speak to SLD in light of this downward movement? Can't they technically do their sell off before Wednesday? Sure. That doesn't mean they won't have to do more going into Wednesday. Massive amounts of puts are piling up, right? So risk going into OPEX is going to be sky high. I'm not talking to you, Darth. I said Dork. Proud of Dork. You're a constant disappointment. When VIX calls go in the money, how is that hedged? How does VIX go up on them if it's just a measure of volatility? But they hedge it with the underlying or with VIX futures. There's futures on VIX, but it can also be hedged with like SPX. CPI plus OPEX plus quad witching lead to very high VIX potential. Yes. Spousal abuse. Good thing you still love me. You may say these rude things, but I know deep down he loves me like the couple we are. We're not a couple. We're not married. I don't love you like that at all. I liked the stream because you made Darth cry. DFE told me to ban him. I should have listened. Your rejections only entice him more. Interesting. SVX, VIX, MM's hedge the futures of the underlying. Do those futures have their own MM? Sure. What's the last market? Futures. There's swaps. Swaps on futures. Sold my first options contract yesterday. Spy put. Thank you so much for all you do. Wait, you sold a spy put? I can regret my GME bags and time I spent on SS, but that's where I stumbled on your DD. Like the video, Pickles. Thanks, Dallas B. I remember the dinner plates on your wedding night. Wait, you sold a spy put, or you like bought one and then sold it? I'm actually like really worried now that you've sold puts on a downtrending market. Cause you're about to lose a fat fucking stack of money if that's the case. I like. Okay, just let me know. So for your SQQQ calls, how far out are those? April and May. I just bought my first one ever, $50 7DT. Time my friend here? Absolutely not. But I thought we like bears right now. Is Darth the wrong kind of bear? Yes. What happened to DFE? Is he still around? I don't know. We're not even sure he was the real DFE. He probably wasn't, but he might have been. Just made 2 days' wages in 7 minutes trading SPX0 DT. It feels good. Thanks for being here day in, day out. No problem, man. Congratulations. Look at these pathetic attempts to pump the market. Go away, bulls. Gross. Do you like cash secured puts? Yeah. When I think something's gonna bounce. Sold to close, sold to close. Who would actually win in a fight? A bull or a bear? A bear, right? Yeah, I'd imagine bears can kill cows. Right? Definitely a bear. Depends on the bear. That's true. I mean, when we refer to bears, are we just assuming grizzly? The bears are omnivores. I mean, some bears are apex predators, but not all of them. Like, I've seen a black bear that was like the size of a small dog. I wasn't very afraid of it. I probably should have been, but I wasn't. Koala bear versus bull. Are koalas even really bears? You know, in the traditional sense? Is this gonna drag out for the rest of lunchtime? Is this just put capitulation? Fix isn't dropping very significantly yet. Hold on. I'm looking at positioning. 1 second. Ah, yes. 3,900 call buying in a feeble attempt to prevent the breakdown. Gross. God, I hate bulls. Just right now. Ban Jackson. Why? Because you don't agree with him? And because he gets all of his DD from CNBC Pro? Just search for bears in my area. Now I won't start getting emails about random burly men. This is more dangerous than I thought. Why is Jackson pumping the market? Because he likes volatility? There are 7 types of bears: polar, panda, grizzly, spectacled, sun, Asian black, and American black bear. Okay. Yeah, koalas are marsupials. I don't get upset at people who disagree with me. I get upset at people that disagree with no thesis or validated opinion. So if people want to disagree with me and then just blow smoke out of their ass, then no, I'm not generally fond of those people. If they have a valid thesis, I'm usually fairly respectful of that. What do you think would be better to average down, Fubo shares or average down Gen 2025 leaps first? Would you share your thoughts on this? Yeah, you and Atomic are crushing the price of Fubo by selling so many fucking covered calls every week for 5 cents. If it's black, fight back. It's brown, lay down. It's white, say goodnight. Bear Rules 101. Nice. Trying to learn, how much does call and put buying affect VIX price? Or is it only based on IV from SPX and ignores options against the VIX? No, options on the VIX matter too, because they're hedged, which can drive the VIX up. VIX can go like move into it. I mean, it is right now. It's in a positive gamma environment. Do you think if the big institutions defend the support and bounce, then they probably want to push it into FOMC meeting and then sell their holding higher? Do you see the actual crash in May or June as more likely? And this is just a small correction. I would say if we're gonna move into one, it'd probably be after OPEX is the period I think most likely. Although we already have a catalyst and some contagion now, so don't forget that the bears are all gonna pile into the ETFs, which will suck all of the liquidity out of the market. We've talked about this before, right? ETFs are kind of like the cooling system for the reactor. And then, when all the bears pile into them, there's not enough coolant to go around and everything melts down. Because the ETFs are already over short, right? So will the river run drier or over long? Yes, it can. No, you can't DRS. There's no shares of VIX. With the recent sell off and bad news on banks, plus the sell off on SPX and sharp rise in VIX, who is bullish? If everyone is bearish, who's on the other side of the trade if everybody wins? I mean, there's still institutions that are holding gigantic fat bags that they need to sell, right? What's the result when that happens? Probably a crash. How does an RBMK reactor explode? Oh, like Chernobyl? It was because there was a failure in the coolant system, right? And then they tried to pull the rods, and some of them got stuck. because they'd fused in the core, right? And they weren't able to stop the runaway reaction. And then the steam goes big boom. They ran a test that went bad. Yeah, they shouldn't have run, but whatever. That was the 80s. When they applied the coolant, it was so hot the water instantly steamed and exploded. Yeah. If someone was in spy puts and went to reposition, better to move to SPX. Less contracts, but less risk and contagion. Yeah, theoretically, SPX. Also, SPX is cash settled, so if anything were to like halt into expiration, you would still be paid out. The turnaround on this market is going to be violent once rates pivot. Why do you think rates are going to pivot? Just for no reason? Give me a thesis or I'm going to ban you. So only SPX is good for a crash scenario. A lot of money is in Boomer Vanguard, so is SPY or QQQ the only options for liquidity? No, there's lots of options for liquidity. SPY and QQQ are highly liquid. Why fight against this? Give the pickle jar what we want. End of day 3,600. That'd be awesome. Do you think SLD and the current big downs in the market, Upstart going to go sub $10? Do you think with SLD and current big downs in the market, Upstart is going to go sub 10? I mean, if rate increases are going to persist and continue for a longer period of time, yeah, it's possible. I didn't say when they're going to pivot. Are you saying they never will? I'm not saying they never will. I'm saying say when. Give me a time frame and give me a thesis as to why they'll pivot. Don't just say bullshit. I'm so fucking tired of that. Don't be being contrarian for the sake of being contrarian doesn't help anybody. I disagree. Rocco Siffredi? What? I don't know what this means. I disagree to your disagreeing. Why aren't you timed out? If you could reach out to Petterfee for me, it seems like the refund on my $2.83 Fubo position hasn't been accepted yet. I demand a market match guarantee. Don't act like you don't know how to pronounce that. I just did, didn't I? I don't know who that is. So max drop on SPX before they shut off the market is 20%. So 31.34 max drop for the day. Sure. I don't have a calculator out right now. An Italian pornographic actor. Oh, okay. You can't just put him in timeout like that. He's an adult, bro. Well, he needs to act like one. I suspect they're going to move interest rate above 6.25 because at that point, the odds of defaulting on a loan goes up approximately 25%. I mean, if CPI and PPI come in hot, yeah, they're probably going to raise the terminal rate. Because I mean, right now we're only what 50 BPS increase away from hitting their target rate for the year, and that doesn't give them a lot of flexibility. Can Fubo do a buyback with that 1.85 sale at a lower price? Sure, but I don't think they're going to. That's ridiculous. Are you saying that I can't put a bear picture underneath my pillow in the market tanks? That's generally not how these things work. Are you saying that I can't? Not sure if you discussed this, but lost leveraged ETFs threaten to close the fund in their prospectus if they run over 30% in one trading day. Oh, okay. Was the crazy melt up before the COVID crash driven by the institutions and a crash in the highest point back then? Do you see any possibility they drive the market back to 410 and higher into quarter one earnings if we don't crash this time due to the bank news and cooling data? It's possible, yeah. I mean, we can just keep getting repeated periods of short interest building up and then getting recalled as macroeconomic conditions increase risk. Although I think we've already seen a significant amount of the short interest in the market pulled back through January and February. So, like, the effect that you're looking for, I think, has already happened. Um, but I mean, it could repeat itself. Dart says he'll start acting like you're an adult when you do. Well, that sounds like Dart's going to spend a lot more time in timeout. Will NVIDIA finally sell off? Find out next on Fuck Around and Find Out. We'll see. There's a lot of big bags that need to be dumped on NVIDIA. I like to imagine there's a bear fairy out there, similar to the tooth fairy. And what does it do? Does it just bring little bears to you? Or is it like a bear with wings? The bond market is having a record scratch moment. We don't know anything. They could raise the rates. They probably should raise the rates. I missed out on yesterday due to work emergency, so I set stops and lost out big. I hope you made a lot of money. Any chance for 38.65 today? Not yet. We need a breakdown from this level. This level's fairly stabilized, so um I don't know. VIX is moving up. We'll see if it continues to move up. There's support at 38.80 and 38.75. Below that, I mean, kind of obviously, but yeah, pay attention to those downside supports. And the video will drag everything down with it when it drops. It came very close to breaking through gamma neutral this morning. Darth announced this marriage. I applied for my LPC knowing I could help them when the time came. But Darth is tanking this relationship faster than I expected. I'm not licensed yet. It's okay. I already filed for an annulment based on the grounds that he's not performing his wifely duties, which is still valid in like 30 states. I'm playing devil's advocate here on the pivot, so don't get wild mad at me. Pivot will come as a result of dual mandate. Unemployment is one reason for a pause or pivot. Unemployment isn't up like any significant degree though. So I don't think that they could adhere to their plan and say that unemployment has raised enough for them to pivot. Remember, they need unemployment around like 5% or higher. Unemployment's still at like what 3.6. The other potential reason is government debt levels. Interest payments becoming too much of the federal budget, causing panic. If I were JPO and I really wanted to save the economy, I would bump rates like 100 BPS at the next meeting. I would bring or at least in an attempt to bring the federal funds rate in line with inflation. It would trigger a crash. And then as we approached budget deficit meetings this summer, I would begin to pivot and start pulling back the rate and releasing on RRP. If that was really a consideration, but it's not, and the Fed has stated that multiple times. There is only one path forward for the budget, and they need to raise the ceiling. And they will. They always do. Why? Because they want to get paid. If the bank contagion spreads and VC capital is pulled, we could see a ton of startups go under, which would raise unemployment, though, right? Probably not significantly, but yes, it would increase unemployment. For how long of a period? At 4.5? I thought it was 5. Did they revise that? How important is the news about SVB on the market today? Does the unplanned news change stock prices significantly, or everything continue as usual? Well, we don't know how far the contagion from SVB reaches, right? That'll probably be determined in time. Where's their leverage, and what will the effect of that be? They always raise the ceiling a day or two before their pay is due. Yeah. I mean, chasing SIVB? I don't know. It's probably too expensive. BBBY hasn't been moving much lately. How come they can't manage to take it out of Reg Show? Why do you think they need to? What assumption are you making that they need to remove it from Reg Show? It's already been diluted into the dirt. Like there's plenty of liquidity everywhere. There's no problem holding naked short positions open on it. We break the PM low now. Still slipping. Fix over 25 soon. My message earlier should have said thanks. I had price targets, set stops, took profits. The goal is to be good at trading. The money is a byproduct. I appreciate how generous you are with your time and knowledge. Thanks, Big Wheeler, Cenas Feeler. I appreciate it, man. Congratulations. If JPAL's plan isn't to reduce inflation, the amount of money that can be made in an inflationary economy is insane. Daddy government is loving the extra income it's currently seeing, especially if they facilitate tax raises. Lemon Pepper. I had a dream last night where I had to explain my red port to a disapproving Gherk and his council of quants. It was uncomfortable for me. Thanks for all you do, everyone. Enjoy your weekend. Thank you so much, Lemon Pepper. Great name. My thesis, Fed pivot beginning of next year. Inflation is supply chain driven. China opening up adds more supply. Not in the short term, it doesn't. But okay. Congress will step in to subsidize supply chain. Okay, I don't disagree with the pivot by next year. We could see one sooner if we get a crash. But crashes are healthy, you know. And at this point, with a recession almost guaranteed, and JPound knows it, right? JPound knows a recession's basically guaranteed at this point. It's better to get it done sooner, right? Feel the pain now and get out of it faster. It's the best path forward. It really is. I'm a pigeon whale for life, motherfuckers. Fuck yeah. Blood in, blood out. Let's go, Mike. If you owned a startup that had its cash in SIVB, what would you be doing right now? Applying for jobs? Effect of the past rate hikes will take effect. Election season will come in, and when the market's up, people will be numb to inflation. Corporations increase prices to stay profitable. Yep. Okay. I'm not arguing the first point. If they can see, don't forget bipolar. They can offset the effect of the previous rate hikes by reducing the on RRP, right? So as they begin to pivot on rates, they can start reducing the yield on RRP, and that's going to force that bank money back into the market and increase speculation, especially if yields are lowering at the same time, right? QQQ is such a saucy little minx. Talk dirtier to it. I thought you were just having a really quiet Friday. Turns out I had you muted for the last 45 minutes. Better experience? Jury's out. You got your buy order at Bitcoin 9,000 yet, Gaff? I'm waiting for you. Me and you buying the bottom. VIX back above 25. Give my body, mind, and soul the Dancing Bears song. Play the hits. No. VIX 2550. When do we get Yuri's new jam? Maybe I'll play it at VIX 2550. Boo. Whatever. Sorry, I think some of our disagreement comes from not knowing our time frames for things to play out. No, the disagreement comes from people shouting shit really loudly and not backing it up with anything, which makes other people who may be less experienced, especially in the case of people that I think may be knowledgeable about the markets, um, becoming indecisive in their positioning. So, like when we have a small bounce on SPX and everyone starts saying bullish shit, who knows better? And other people lose money because of that. So if you're just gonna shout contrarian things, back them up. Like, this is all fun and games, but it's not a game, right? Indecision is huge in the military. When people lock up and don't react, reacting is so important, and people need to know when and how to react, not just starfishing out. Nah, love that solid bounce. Called it bull market support band for the win. In other news, contrarian things. Fuck you, Pickle. How dare anyone call this money printer a game? Exactly. Well, I totally agree. People in here need to understand that the risk they take is 100% their own. Yeah. What would be the reason Fidelity won't let me buy Fubo unless I call them? I never had that before. I'm not sure. Does Fidelity have a cutoff for stocks? Like, you might have to set up penny stock buying or something because it's under a dollar. I don't know. It's probably some arbitrary price, like $1.50. I feel like I remember that happening to people on BBBY at one point. Fidelity has all their Fubo holdings in SVB. I think everyone should consider both sides of the trade are always possible. Even if one is more likely, money moves the market, not reason. Yeah. It's likely due to OTC restrictions. I think they default this for your protection. But it's not on OTC. It's on NASDAQ. It's just weird that they default to that before OTC. I'm sure you've answered this 5 times, but what's your feeling on holding next week expiration puts over the weekend? Enough theta to gamble with? I mean, not if the market moves against you. And Vic's really just driving up there, huh? It's the entire initial cost basis. Sorry, one sec. Rinrar Buyer, welcome to Zillionaire. I appreciate it, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. Thank you. Fidelity goes off market cap. Oh, okay. It seems like a big deal if we fail here. Yeah. Yeah, continued failure here is a pretty big deal. I mean, it already looks like it's gonna continue failing. But I mean, don't be too loose with your stops because volatility is picking up, right? Once it hits a consistent lower amount with high negative pressure, I think they will move it automatically to some OTC. I mean, it has to be delisted from the exchange. Thanks for what you do here. Glad you keep it real. For all the doubters, I win when I follow Girk's advice. I lose when I don't. Thanks for everything the last couple years. Thanks, Winrar. I appreciate it, man. Watchlist or something like that, which has the same default OTC restrictions. I had the issue with Sundial years ago. Oh, okay. Interesting. That's just like maybe like a broker risk thing then. Girk Nvidia head and shoulders on the 5 minute. Probably. I don't know. I'm not really watching the chart on it right now. Yes. Yeah, breakdown. Not really a head and shoulders, but distributive, I guess. Kind of a little too extended. VIX just doesn't give a fuck, I guess. Huh. Long dated VIX calls are the real moon tickets all along. They're doing pretty good. I got some. Most of my VIX positions in the money, unfortunately. Is there any point where it becomes prudent to take profits on longer theta at the money contracts? If I only have a limited number of contracts, say 2 or 5, sure. Yeah. Covering your initial capital outlay should always be an initial, like, one of the first goals of your trade, right? How much support do we have at 3880, 3875 area? And most of the support that exists here is probably due to put capitulation more than like in any kind of like call build up, right? So people are just likely to take profits at those levels. And then, that profit taking can lead into upside momentum. Where are we in SPX in relationship to the VW chart? Near the top of the run. If this downturn continues into next week, how high do you see VIX going? I mean, if we continue to trend down, VIX is going to probably continue to trend up. I don't know how high it'll go. I mean, without a crash, probably not higher than like 30, 35. If it crashes, it can rocket. Hey dude, happy Friday. Is Jimmy dead? I don't know. Jimmy seems to be fairly resistant to the downtrend in the market. I mean, I'm impressed with its resilience. It's doing pretty good. It won't do as well next week, because the ETF FTD covering is gonna open up more liquidity, right? And then they'll be able to short it harder. But for now, the ETF FTD seem to be at least propping the price action up a little bit. Fixed rate loans are immune to rate hikes. A problem for the Fed. Yeah. There's a lot of loans that aren't fixed rate. Credit cards aren't fixed rate. I couldn't really tune in today. The market in full contagion fear mode, or are we stabilizing because Nvidia 500 is still being propped? No, I don't think, I would not say that we're stabilizing. SPX down 100 BPS on the day. VIX up 12%. None of this looks like stabilization yet. And from the high of the day, SPX has already moved down. 136 BPS in the last 94 minutes, so hour and a half. 2550. All right, I want to hear the new song.
You wanna ride it up the moon, you won't sell the top and move. You don't, your stock is going down, not up. Your base is upside down. You're stuck, your head is knocking like it's who's there. Bear, bear. Be scared, not a fucking care bear. Bear, bear. Don't care, all up in your dare, yeah. Bear, bear. Big bear, and now your board is down, 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 down. Bear, bear. Moo, 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 moo. Bear, bear. Moo, 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 moo.
This is fucking amazing, Yuri. Well done. We finally have a bullish bear song. This is why YouTube shadow bans us. Worth it. Buying calls. I just read SVB is going under, like closing up. Oh yeah. The FDIC stepped in today. Having VIX on screen has been really helpful. It's much less helpful 15 minutes delayed. This isn't 15 minutes delayed. This should be live, right? Yeah, this is live. This is live VIX. Oh, is yours 15 minutes delayed? How low do you think we can go today? Maybe, I mean, I don't know. If volume comes in, 3860 is possible, I guess. Theta Force 1. Thanks for hooking up, A-Spook. A-Spook, welcome to Cornichon, man.
Cornichon. Cornichon.
Needs more bear bell. Why is my VIX 15 minutes delayed? I don't know. If you have WeBull, you should be able to get live VIX data for free. You have to go into like the paid data packages and turn it on, but it should be free. You pivoted from improving stream to getting out of shadow ban status. So fuck that, music is more fun. Well, yes. I'm not going to stop being me, even if I have to move the channel to Twitch. We could see a pivot from here on. Yeah, look how engaged Taking Off Friday is. Yes, and he's made 6 figures several times in the last 6 months and doesn't need the YouTube revenue. It's really not that great. Can you put up the price on SPX, please? Thank you, sir. Yeah, sure. Ooh. Yeah, drop it like it's hot. Hmm. You'll never move to Twitch. You're not nearly tech literate enough to make the move. Yeah, I'd probably just shut it down. Nvidia's still at 130p. Don't fucking remind me, man. This wedge formed looking like a breakout to the upside. VIX slowing down a little bit. We're at resistance. 3880. 3875 is a better level to land on though. So I think VIX still has some more room to the upside.
It may pull back towards like the EMA a little bit, but I don't think so. Futures still look like they have some decent sell pressure on them. I don't see any signs of exhaustion here, at least not on the short side. Yeah, bigger sell off now. Oh. God, I'm awesome. Big Riv 33, welcome to Zillionaire, my man. Hit me up on the Discord, I'll get you added to the country club. You too, MG42. Thank you guys, both of you. So over the last week, as my puts go up and it gets closer to the strike, I sell them and I buy 5 to 10 strike below where I was. Good to keep max gains, as those gains more extrinsic value. Yeah, it's kind of just like rolling forward, and I mean, just make sure that you're pulling capital back as you do that. You're scaling out of the position, right? So don't roll forward all the capital plus your profits, right? Like, don't take additional leverage. Just, you know, move the position forward and pull capital back from the position. I've never seen a man make a gray shirt look so sexy. Also, first, how you doing, Carl? Is your testosterone back yet? Or what level do we need to hit? 3750? Because I talked to Dork and Trash, and we all need a break. Your wife is insatiable. You need to get your tea back. What a woman. She's an animal. Miss me? I hope you don't get any ko-fis while I was absent. Welcome back, JC. You've joined us at the most opportune time. Are you up? I mean, I don't know about cut them, but you could set some stops. Holy fuck, this thing is just tumbling. She really goes the extra mile. She's a goddess. We can't keep going down, right? There's got to be a bounce on Monday or Tuesday, right? Why? I don't. Much like acting like there's nothing but constant downside is a bad idea. It's also bad to think that there must be a bounce. There is a chance that we will see capitulation probably around like the 3850 or 3800 level, and can get hung up there. Right now, I think put positioning is still building up quite a lot to the downside. What happened to the SPY? I thought the jobs report exceeded expectations. Well, there's several reports, and no, it was kind of a mixed bag, and none of them were particularly good, or nowhere near where we need them to be. And labor participation is up, so that's kind of offsets the fact that unemployment climbed up a little bit. What's your opinion? A fair value for Nvidia? 150? Like 108? I'm not. I'm unwilling to consider the profitability of AI systems that have yet to be developed, and software that they're still working on, which is only eating into their overhead expenses. So also the fact that they've already sold all the infrastructure to the big people that they were going to sell it to, like Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and then everyone else is going broke, and is going to reduce capex over the next year and a half. So I really don't see any near-term profit potential at all for their artificial intelligence business. Don't get me wrong, I think they're a great company and would be more than willing to invest in them in the future. Right now, they're massively overvalued. Bro, you told me to day trade more and I'm doing fine profit wise, but when does the market let me take a bathroom break? Oh, just get really good at holding it, right? That's why we constant focus on keeping those kegels nice and strong. It gives you a good foundation. Eventually you'll make it through the whole market day. Chat GPT interest relies heavily on NVIDIA tech. Well, yeah, I think they were hoping, according to their earnings call, to get a lot of capital coming in from startups that were moving into AI. All of those startups just had their funding disappear overnight. Also, their earnings call was bullshit. Not buying GME calls this month has been the best decision I've made in 2 years. Congratulations. Because if you did, you might have bought the ones I was selling. The best part about that statement, if you were, is you weren't joking. I wasn't. Unless NVIDIA starts charging maintenance fees to Google, they're fucked. Yeah. I'm sure that there's some maintenance fee paid out, maybe. But they're also sitting on $5 billion worth of inventory from 4090 cards that no one's fucking buying. The chip embargo on China has cut off a huge part of their market share. And then, you know, there's always the potential for hostilities with Taiwan, which would actually just destroy the company, right? They're fabless. It would take them 5 to 8 years to get production back online. Maybe 3 to 5, but I mean, getting fabs built out is the waiting list is insane. So they're entirely reliant on TSMC, right? VIX 26. Holy shit, it's just going. I like it. I don't know, it's VIX. They don't need a fab. They have billions of inventory before manufacturing new shit. Christ, are we gonna like sell off into 3,800 in the close? Thanks, Taco Man. Their rhythmics improve the song usage. Volatility go up? Well, puts eventually cost same like shares. More than. Can I quit my job yet? Is this MOASS? I don't know. It depends when you bought puts. If you bought puts during Feb SLD, the market has dropped $286 since then. It's sure as shit better than an OPEX. Do you have any opinions on ASML? Kind of a monopoly, right? I had my 150 in my account 2 days ago, 0 DTEs, now it's 20K. Fuck yeah, man. That's awesome. You see SPX bouncing, profit taking anywhere? Everyone's got long dated puts. Why do you think people are going to take profits? 3860 has some resistance, but we just rocketed it up. Like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe VIX stops climbing at 27. Maybe it doesn't. It's getting a bit ridiculous already. I distinctly remember buying SPX puts at 4,200. That's an ASTM. What is that? Is that real? Do you use VIX to give you an idea of when to exit puts? Sometimes. Is this all the resistance to the test of 27? Because that wasn't very impressive. I mean, yeah, it looks like VIX is just squeezing out shorts again. Which it kind of did yesterday, too. Like, through here. Control on it is slipped. I like that the VIX is working, sort of, now. It should still be far higher than it is, but... A lot of VIX calls are trading under intrinsic value. How do I profit from this? You could buy them. You could. You don't want to sell them. Trim my SPY puts for profit yesterday. Thank you. Now holding March 360p, April 350. Which of those contracts would you plan to close first? Cons? Okay, Delta versus Theta, I guess. I don't know. Probably the May. You gotta, or the March rather. March 360? March what 360? We're in March. Tesla's still green. And paper trading 158, 37.50s. How should I go about repositioning such a large position? DCA out? You could. It's kind of generally what you do. Is you would bleed out of the position over time. Pull capital back. Show the Bears VIX 27. We're there. I don't know. DCA 10% of the position every day with repositions of 5% of that out the money. Stop it, I can only dance for so long. Yeah, that doesn't seem unreasonable. I mean, you're very far out of the money still, but not unreasonable to at least pull back your initial capital outlay. Matthew, I'm curious on your 317 3800 keys. Your thoughts on 317 3800 keys are up 30%. At what point does extrinsic value dwindle, making it worth rolling instead of holding over the weekend? You don't have a lot of time until expiration. Holding over the weekend, I mean, check your theta and decay on them and see how much you're going to lose holding it over the weekend. And then remember that, things can change both to the up or downside over the weekend. So at least if you are profitable on them, consider hedging that profit over the weekend. Or repositioning, because you are still fairly far. Yep, it just keeps going. You don't need to reposition zero these days. Girk, thanks so much, Girk. I got stopped out yesterday and missed out on 7K. Not today. Relax my stops and it's working. You were the one in true SG. Thanks, man. So since we're now at the upper range of your end of quarter target, 850, 3800, is that target now going down or what? I have a downside target from there. It's actually 36.50. How do I upgrade to Pigeon Whale? I can't figure it out. I don't know, Farmville player. Thank you, Space Banana, by the way. I know I answered your question, but thanks. Grackle, thank you so much, man. Guys, give Grackle a shout out for hooking you up with Cornichon, and welcome aboard. Opinion on holding deep in the money spy puts for March 17th. How deep? I mean, there's nothing wrong with holding deep in the money ones. I mean, it's just, if I thought I was approaching a turnaround or a resistance, I probably wouldn't reposition them. If I thought there was going to be a continuation of the trend, then I would, right? No worries, man. How's the market getting hammered yet Nvidia's not at the low of the day? Why is it so resilient? The market makers are still buying into sell pressure. Nvidia is in a positive gamma environment. If Nvidia falls below $27, the market maker will start selling into sell pressure, which will accelerate the potential downside. I've never been this deep in the money. I'm hard as a rock. Only heard part of what you were saying. Theta is negative 440 a contract, is $40, cost basis of 27. So you're gonna lose like $4, 450 per contract over the weekend. A little more. Now this is pod racing. It's something. All right, 38.55. Let's see if we can come back up to that 38.60 resistance here. VIX with its first opening red candle. Might not last. This is getting out of control. Well, I wanted to close my SPXS calls and some of my longer dated SPX contracts, but now I'm thinking, I don't know, VIX is really fucking high going into the weekend. I've got like 3 days and there's all these new people. Geez. Yeah, you weren't doing your job. Poll for if GME holds 17 or not. It might. I don't know. Not if the market keeps selling off. Fody, thank you so much, man. Guys, welcome to Cornichon. Give Fody a shout out for hooking you up. I appreciate it, dude. Enjoy your Dillionaire coupons, everyone. On WeBull, do you need to close out in the money 0 DTE? No? Well, I mean, like, before the end of day. It depends what it's on. SPX is cash settled, but you'd probably still want to close them. Taking profits on May 31, 3900p makes sense here, right? May? I mean, you have a ton of theta, and you're in the money, I guess. Are you going to reposition? I would wait till the market stabilizes before repositioning, at least. Zoom out to the 1-year candles on SPX for the real fun. Thanks, Donald. Is this vol shorts closing as planned or getting squeezed? I'm confused because there's no way they didn't see this coming. I mean, the exit from VIX currently is very orderly. I don't know how long that will last. It's accelerating, which would infer that we're we're reaching a range where the exit is not going to be so orderly. I'm too regarded, and I don't know how to change settings to get gifts, or just maybe unlucky. You have to click the little box, the gift box that comes in the channel, and then you have to turn on gifting, I think, is how it works. When halts, we're ready. Yeah, I am. Farmville player, welcome to Pigeon Whale. Hit me up if you need added to the Royal Pigeon Whale Society. Welcome aboard, and flock, fellow Pigeon Whales. Someone has joined you on your perch to shit upon the pores. What's AMD's GN? 1 sec, I have it. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society. 7750. Yeah, halts don't happen until 700 BPS. Well, glad I held these $20 VIX calls. I bought for 45 and sold for 550. My dear Lord, I actually won for a change. Yep, it's really easy when the market's just only going in one direction, right? The future is all around us, waiting in moments of transition to be born into moments of revelation. Okay. Let's read the room, man. Do you think 0DT 3850s will print? Haven't they? When NVIDIA halts down, I'm ripping off the shirt and pants. Nice. That's on Monday lotto tickets for weekend market crash. I have a lot of those. It's a thing. Docu Gamma Max? That's a weird question. I don't have that right now. Probably it's usually pretty ridiculous. $74. Nice, dude. Is Upstart a buy now? I'm not buying it now. But it's moving towards a range where it's very cheap. What are you classifying as a lotto ticket? I don't know. I have some 3600 317s that I bought earlier today. Those are pretty, well, they're up, but they're also lotto tickets. Jamesy Driver, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. Yep, VIX 28. I don't know if we do dancing anymore. Like there's a point where this is all fun and games, and then VIX 28's. Ah, fuck it. I don't have any money in 401ks. After VIX 30, no more dancing. Okay? Nice. VIX 30, no more dancing until 31. I don't know. RQ showing resilience. Your 12K SPX call print yet? I don't think anyone's bid on it yet. I mean, the chances of a market crash happening with VIX above 30 are drastically higher. Spy Kiss 385. Yeah, I don't think the VIX is stopping here. I don't think anything's stopping. I bought options for the first time today. I was scared but dove in. Thanks for all the knowledge. Here's to getting my port back up. Nice, man. Be careful. Don't overextend yourself. Play it safe, especially if you're new to it. Kenny's interns are going to be traumatized with Eurythmics for life. That's what the SPX 12,000C is for. It's for Kenny. When someone needs to buy all that sweet, sweet Vega. Is SRF going to withstand this market crash? I don't know. Commodities can drop in a crash, but they usually bounce back really fast. Are we going to have to start talking? Nothing withstands market crashes. Let's be really clear about that. If panic selling sets in, it sets in everywhere. Although, you know, people selling out of SRF doesn't reduce the amount of their holdings. So, you know, it would probably recover. It's fairly defensive. Also, I believe already trading at a discount. Do you see another entry for long-dated NVIDIA puts? I feel like I'd be FOMOing in at this point. I mean, it's not even below gamma neutral yet. I'm kidding. Come on. Oh, I never know, man. Vega's the multiplier on volatility. March 31, 3400p are up 150%, but based on option strat, the weekend theta looks vicious. Would you roll them into one further dated at the money contract just to maintain weekend exposure? That seems like an option. You could always roll back if there's not a lot of movement over the weekend. Although if it drops over the weekend, you're going to miss out on a big fat stack of gains. So it's up to you. I mean, there's a safer way and a riskier way to play that, right? But ultimately, it's your risk. Um, thanks for, as always, for the knowledge, man. Capture enough profits to make up for all the work I slept through this week. Nice, Trash. Congratulations. Did you make enough money to find out if you have narcolepsy? Any tips on how to stay convicted on a trade? Okay. I often find myself second guessing or pulling back the trade if it starts to move against me. How do you get comfortable pulling the trigger? Experience, time. Mental disposition. I don't really have a problem with that, so it's hard for me to relate. Like I don't care. If I blew up my port tomorrow, I might be a little pissed, but I'd just get a job. Right? Not in this economy. My goal for this year was to make 20K a month, where in March and my account just reached 200K. I fucking love you, dude. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. An entire pickle jar full of people are going to survive a terrible, terrible economic recession, I hope. Greg, I've been paying closer attention to you lately. Right now, I'm up 84% on a single spy put. Not much, but best gains to date. Thanks for everything, Chief. You got it, man. Congratulations. Where's the next support for SPX? How much further can it drill? Fair value on SPX right now, I would say it could drop another 16%, maybe 20. Horizon could go lower in a crash. It reacted to the 2020 crash. There could be a good opportunity to get in cheaper, although there might be better targets at that point. Pac Bank, First Republic, Signature Bank. Yeah, they're all getting slaughtered. Honestly, I haven't found this stream. If I haven't found this stream or ever got involved in the market, I wouldn't survive. I'm a poor, work in a restaurant in a wealthy town, and this is a hedge to get me through this. Well, I hope you do well and are then responsible with the money you make. You're gonna need to move that VIX chart down. Yeah, it's kind of topping out there on the axis. Dancing bears. Almost. This is where you're gonna fight back? VIX 29? Really? Christ. I know, I sold the 3850s at 35 cents and then I bought them back at 65. Worth the wash sale, I'd say. Oh no, they're hurting my lucky puts. You'll be fine. I'm slightly out of the money leap calls that are now down 20%. Should I cut or hold? On what, Chris? You really want to have calls right now? Calls are pretty risky right now, even leaps. VIX April futures are below VIX right meow. Can you do the now that you've made money, don't lose it speech like you did after the Bobby rocketed in August? I feel like we need to hear it again. I'm not in the mood. This isn't over yet. Plenty of time for everyone to lose it all in the next few days. Fute's rising, ETF's flat. I distinctly recall a promise of no shirt if we break 3820. There's nothing more than my courtesan would like than to have Gherkin Darth, spouses and patrimony, shirtless together. Never. With SPX having broken down from the recent support and QQQ still being close to resistance, do you think QQQ has more room to fall? Still more inflated? Yeah, I think tech is in general. Like, well, NASDAQ 100 is more overvalued than anything else. Russell 2000's been bleeding like crazy the last couple of days. S&P's down pretty hard, but NASDAQ has been so far resilient. It's still down a lot, but it's very resilient. You think put capitulation at the end of the day will have a significant effect on price? I mean, not if they all go in the fucking money. If we get under 3,800, then do a little profit speech while we can't hear you as the bear song blares in the background. I'll think about it. Do you think put capitulation at the end of the day? Up 55% on the SQQQ calls I bought this morning. I knew I should have bought more. Yeah, you could say that about literally every winning play, though, right? Holy fuck. We're talking about a crash more than a black swan event right now, or are we still looking at this as a deep correction? Still a deep correction. We're not in crash territory yet. That could change rapidly, but so far. Just like the October VIX 20 calls are selling at 650, 695. I feel like this should be free money. What do? It's up to you, man. It seems like you have a thesis. We know your Kegels are strong, but did a nature's margin call ever make you lose big? I have a cell phone. SPX is going to solve all the U.S. energy problems the way it's drilling for oil. It might solve the U.S. economy if it crashes. Given SPX downs, not NVIDIA yet, do you think NVIDIA might now offer better dollar-for-dollar profit potential than SPX puts? It could. Yeah, there's this distinct possibility. I mean, dollar for dollar, no. Percentage, maybe. Like, I mean, if SPX drops to 3,600, which is possible, although unlikely, that's a $250 drop, right? If NVIDIA drops $250, well, I don't have to pay taxes on my puts. So yes and no. The percentage drop, possibly. I would say like SPX has, a potential 16 to 20% downside conservatively. NVIDIA obviously I think has more. If the company goes out of business and you're short, Rocket Red Alert, Nvidia to 0. Yeah, it's a thing. No, they got my 0 DTs. They got mine too. Don't feel bad. Shucks. This 10,000% gains are so rough. Eh. Sometimes these spikes in volatility are followed by spikes in volatility that go the other way. Although there does seem to be some support for it. GME's bottom today, 1697. Did I close my covered calls? Fuck. Hmm. I really don't want to. I now have a serious, difficult decision making with my October 4000P. It's worth like 28K, but I don't know if I should just keep holding it or sell it and leverage into 2 contracts. I always want a very safe put to hedge my port, but today it's just too much profit. Okay, well, I understand that. You don't have to leverage into 2 contracts. You can just leverage into 1 and take some of your money back, but you are really no longer exposed to any increases in volatility, right? So you're missing out on potential, I guess is one way to put it. Thanks, Gert. Kill it today at 0 GTA SPX, but it's up over 30K. About deep in the money, 317 spy puts, 403, 400. Are those better off being repositioned? Data is only 1217 and up 300%. Like I just told him, you're missing out on increases in volatility at this point. So that's consideration, right? That's a strong bounce. This is some capitulation. Sorry, 1 second. Hmm. 205? Hmm. 6 to 26. Give me a second. I gotta do something. Seriously? Right. Vic's getting straight crimed. I mean, this is capitulation, right? This is a big put sell off. Probably the zero DTs at 38.50 for the most part. We'll see where repositioning starts to occur. It pushed up enough that it may trigger a sell off in the 38.60s. It may not. If it doesn't, then I expect this will turn back around to the downside. Do you think today's price action is likely to breed more fear over the weekend? Yeah. Oh no, why did I take 130% profit on half my VIX position? Whatever will I do? Nice, man. So a little bit of capitulation here. Not as strong. Some of the profit taking at these levels may have already occurred, right? What did I want to do? I want to buy these back. Okay. Then range this has. This is a relief rally. A little bit. Mm, 3880 is pretty strong. If we break it though, 3900. Hmm. Yeah, some of the downside put volume closing out here. And we're getting towards the end of the day. But 3880 is still moderately strong. I have April 400p that are up. Crap. Sorry. Thanks, man. You fucking rock. Thank you so much, 67RS427. I appreciate it, dude. I have April 400p that are up 100%. What do to maximize profits while being responsible? Assuming more downs, would be better to hold or sell it and buy further dated puts. Well, if you think it's going to continue down, then you could pull it back and reposition to capture further downside with a different strike out of the money. If you think it's going to pull back, then, or you want to carry it over the weekend or something like that, then it may be better to hold the in the money position. But it's ultimately that's up to you. It's just how much risk you want to take with it. Right now, you have a very low risk position. You're very deep in the money. If it moves against you, you'll have plenty of time to close out profitably, right? If you reposition, you're able to capture more downside, and obviously higher profit potential. So something to consider, I guess. I think of June 120 calls on TLT. I'd probably want more time. Somebody did a good job taking 90% profit on a 3900p. I mean, man, 90% is what the S&P makes in 9 years, right? So, just try to ground yourself in reality, guys. These gains are not these are not average. You done good, man. Wells Fargo having technical issues? I hope so. I fucking hate that bank. If you bank there, yeah, maybe check it out. Hey, dude, do you have a downside target for the next couple months? Yeah, I have a few. On a steep correction, I think we could hit 36 to 3,500. On a crash, I think we could hit 28 to 30 to 3,000, somewhere in that range. Not end of day trash. Jesus fucking Christ. Hold on, did Nvidia actually just fucking underperform SPX for a change? Like, piece of shit. Huh. No. No, it's still not slipping. Goddamn motherfucking positive gamma. This is ridiculous. Like it's really Nvidia's starting to actually just be fucking ridiculous. People are acting like it's fucking gold or something. S&P's down 400 BPS in 2 days. Nvidia hasn't even fallen below gamma neutral yet. Most of the positive gamma on Nvidia expires on the 17th. A big chunk of it expired last week. That's why it started to get a little slipperier this week. But yeah, the rest of it's like next, like 317. Hopefully it breaks down before then and we get, you know, call side capitulation, right? Are these actual fucking 0DT prices? What the fuck? Is Nvidia a better short than SPX at this point? The downside percentage potential, but the theta that it may take to capture it, possibly not. I think Nvidia's can lose about fairly lose about, you know, 60% of its current value. But I don't think the downside for SPX is nearly that high. How do I connect on the Discord? Send a friend request? No, you don't need to. You can just message me. Once you're in the pickle jar, you can just message me. And I'll get like a little notification. And then I can message you back. Or if you want to just link your account now, there's a thread called "How do I link my accounts" in the general chat. And it kind of walks you through the steps of linking your YouTube to Discord, which is what I will message you. Otherwise, you can app moderator, and one of them might be around to link it to you if they're available. There's a Discord? You know that. You're in it. The fuck are you talking about? Ew, gross. Go away. Crush the bulls. Crush. There we go. Yeah, it can take like an hour or two for YouTube and Discord to sync. I usually sync it at the end of the stream so that anybody that joined that day will be linked up, but sometimes I forget. Thanks, Mr. Madman. You do a show on YouTube? Yeah. Yeah, every day. I am not a centaur. I'm a human being. Man. I got a new camera. You guys are going to be able to see me so clearly now. See? It's fancy. It's got like a little screen. It's not a Polaroid. Clearer Gherk, yeah. Can you use the other cam as a calf cam for the mod cord? Oh no. What's FSR's gamma neutral? I have no idea. I don't think I have that. Someone got censored. Hold on. I think that there is not a real crash until Nasdaq massive selling of the and fucking Nvidia below 150 at least. Jesus Christ, we are far higher than early Jan. It's ridiculous. FSLR. Oh, I think it's at it was at 197 yesterday. I didn't check it today. Oh wait, do I have FSLR? No? Why is it not here? Did I have it yesterday? I don't have FSLR. Are you sure I checked? I don't think I checked it. I think I checked like the gamma flip point for it because I didn't know what gamma neutral was, and it was like 197. Time for Tesla 170p 0 DTE. VIX looks like it's moving back up. Maybe. I'm not gonna get that. That's ridiculous, right? Why are you trying to sell me on this, Hazy? That's absurd. $3 out of the money? Right? Is it? How much are those? Oh, they cost money. Gross. Good. Sell off, you piece of shit. I already have puts on Tesla. Just a quick 30x. Monday, no data, all delta neutral positioning. Probably, yeah. Unless we just crash. No one knows what Monday is going to bring. Oh, fuck. Boeing's rocketing. What's going on there? People scared? War? Who are we going to war with? Russia shooting hypersonic missiles at Ukraine or something? Oh, okay. Could you briefly talk about possible? I mean, that's terrible, but makes sense. Could you briefly talk about possible positioning going into next week? Straddle at end of day? Yes, I will. Put favored 3-1? No. 1-1? Is it possible something like Bear Stearns liquidation to happen over a weekend? Or does it require multiple business days to happen? It could already be happening. You don't know, right? You're not gonna know. Well, unless you're hearing rumors or something. I know it's impossible to say, but what are your thoughts about trying to get more further dated downside exposure? I have 50% cash and don't feel like I have enough puts further out. I mean, I have a lot of farther dated downside exposure. I don't think the market's getting better, and I think there's still plenty of room for it to go down. I don't have a lot of exposure past like 3,800 right now, 3,750, but I'll probably get more. What type of keyboard do you have? It's like a Ducky 3, I think. It is mechanical. Hypersonic, you say? My research budget probably just doubled. Nice, man. Look at you. Are you gonna tell them to shove it up their ass because of your spy puts? That was earlier this week, and they're running out of most types of missiles, it seems. Using their so-called hypersonics, they're not really. Smells of desperate and has no bearing on Boeing. Okay. Can SPX go below 3850 again today? Yes. Unless Big Bad Jimmy Chill says JPM is undervalued and to buy it all, we won't know about banks dying. I don't know, yeah. His job is to toe the line. I'm sure they'll punish him if he doesn't. LOL, any missiles that go into space is technically hypersonic. BA because the FAA said they can resume deliveries. That sounds more believable. Hypersonic sounds scary, but isn't that just missiles? It's faster than the speed of sound missiles. Should I close my March 17 GME CCs up 80% and sell more around 14 for April? I know it sounds ridiculous, but I'm probably going to wait for OPEX. I still think there's a bunch of short vol in the market that needs pulled back before we can really have some crazy downside. Because they just want to be short, right? Short and long vol. So I think around OPEX we're gonna see at least some repositioning. And GME is kind of illiquid right now. Nvidia finally dying? No, it's still $1.80 away. Nvidia's just being a little bitch. That's why the new anti-missile technology or lasers, they go at the speed of light. Yeah, speed of light a lot faster than hypersonic. I mean, they're just trying to probably sell off before the end of the day. TLT up again. Bearish. Look up directed energy weapons if you really want to know more. My buddy makes lasers for the military. He won't tell me if he's used one to explode a live pig. And I've been asking him for years. I mean, don't you already know the answer? Can you give us a brief summary of what you were feeling 2 years ago when you were watching the GME ticker? I felt very happy. I had to walk away from my computer at one moment, which is rare. Thanks for talking me down on Tesla. I only bought 50. Remember when all we did was watch GME for 18 months? We could have been trading SPX the whole time. I was trading SPX the whole time. How does a potential large correction affect Upstart for OPEX? Same exposure, just cheaper options when the price goes down more next week. It will probably drop the price of Upstart. Yeah, same potential. I'll probably get the same exposure for like OPEX if that's what you're asking. VIX is gonna make another push up today. I don't know. It's looking less likely now. We'll see. If this fails hard, then maybe. It's still really probably too early to tell. I think there's a lot of 0DT puts around here that just want to take profits. So it might just be kind of choppy into close, honestly. I think anytime the volume dries up though, VIX it's gonna just start moving back up and the market's gonna start moving down. I said we have a French mouse in your pocket? I had to take some time off the stream and pause my membership because of being laid off. Although today's DD was very thorough, do you have tips update for Upstart? Upstart's about in the liquidity range that it was in going into the early December, around the earnings period. I guess that was before early Jan. Is that early? Hold on. Give me a second. I'll tell you. I'll give you a date. Okay, so Upstart at about the same liquidity levels it was at Jan 19th, roughly. Jan 13th. So there's still some more downside potential. It can still be shorted more. Not a lot more because the market's really bearish and ETF liquidity is drying up outside of these positions, which presents a problem for them. But it's getting pretty illiquid. It also doesn't have a lot of secondary market liquidity, don't forget. I'd still want to see both GME and Upstart shorted real fucking good one more time before OPEX. If I see that come in and I see like put delta skew significantly, then yeah, I'll probably be taking a larger position. I closed most of my options around 38.50 and rolled them out and down around 38.60. Did I jump the gun and roll too quickly? Maybe. Yeah, I mean, $10 isn't a very significant bounce back, as you saw earlier today, right? When we pulled up almost $50. Does that factor in the lower float? Yeah. April 21, SPX 3800 reasonable at this point? It doesn't seem very unreasonable. I would probably wait for a stronger pullback to enter them, but it doesn't seem like a bad position at this point. I mean, VIX is way up, and potentially could go up even higher. When do you think SVB's asset sales will happen to pay off depositors? They should start happening relatively quickly. I mean, it depends on how long the FDIC takes to get everything in order and begin liquidations. What's your expectation for Fubo price action during OPEX after their dilution? I don't think the dilution was that significant. Oh no. I've gone blurry again. Huh. He shadow banned Gurk. Huh. Will we get a 4K Sunday stream? I don't know. I don't think I can stream in 4K. Maybe I can. Probably not. I feel like the customers reporting money disappearing from their accounts at Wells Fargo has been going on for a couple months. Are you waiting for VIX to pull back to get more puts? Looking for an opportunity to reposition near the money strikes, longer dated. After taking profits today, after OPEX. You're waiting for VIX to pull back to get more puts? I have like 1,200 VIX calls. Oh, for VIX to pull back to buy more puts on SPX? Sure. Yeah, I mean, obviously, buying puts in a farther dated puts in a lower VIX range is better. Pay for about 929, 3,200 Ps as crash insurance. I mean, that's basically all they are, right? VIX is up, so they're probably a bit pricey, but any major plans for the weekend? No, not really. I'm gonna futz around with my new camera for a while. I don't think I have anything else I need to do. I might make pizza dough. I just did that? Nice. Strip D&D? Well, yeah, of course. I thought we already scheduled that though. What's it like to not have kids and you can just do whatever you want? Pretty awesome. Do you use 00 flour for your dough? It depends on what kind of pizza I'm making. Get spicy with a new camera this weekend. Oh, maybe. I could do something. Maybe get the OnlyFans up and running finally, right? Do you have one of those portable pizza ovens? I do, but nowhere to really use it. I can take it up on my roof, but I think they're still doing construction up there. That's what I used to do. I don't know what to do with it now. I can stick it out my window. Please don't tease like this. I have positions open. Ham flour for power hour. Ooh, that's a lower high. Huh. If we get a healthy pullback next week, same as last year in March, how high do you think it could pull back? A healthy one? Maybe like 39.50? 39.25? It depends on how far we fall below before then. What's supporting our downside today? There's not really enough fear yet to pull out the bottom. Partially, yeah. I mean, also people just trying to sell out of equities and buy into bonds. Hey, you truly got me when I became a pigeon whale and you said you had an OnlyFans and Ask a Mod. Jesus, I actually asked. I have too much trust in you, or did. Make it die with 8 billion and 0 DTE puts, please. I mean, they kind of tried that today, right? Pull back to 3,900 before close? It's too much, right? Jesus Christ. Options aren't pricing down even a little bit. Hmm. God, I hate my video. It's a 79-minute end of day prediction. Let's see. I don't know. There's a lot of out of the money calls and a lot of out of the money puts. It could really swing either way at this point. Probably close the day out somewhere between like 30.60 and 30.80. It seems most likely. Did you just the 19,000 contracts, $25 put buy on Upstart yesterday? Just heavy shorting via puts? Sounds like it. In the money? How's the skew looking? It's starting to skew. And we should see like put delta pick up as we move into OPEX. But it's a good start. Up 3860. Sorry. Did you choose do you expect neutral positioning around 3900s for CPI print on Tuesday? Maybe. I don't know. It depends what happens tomorrow. Because the call positioning kind of has to chase the downside moves. So if we continue to move down and VIX continues to move up and we don't find stability in this range, then the call side positioning is going to have to move in pretty quick in order to hedge the upside because they got to do it into falling prices. If we do stabilize around here, like 3850 to 3900, then I expect that that's probably where we'll see delta flatten out a little bit, although it's probably going to remain moderately bearish. Or Monday, whatever. Are you still anticipating an oversold market rally after 310 due to futures rolling? If we see one, I don't think it's going to be very significant. The futures started rolling today. Haha. For Netflix, I decided to go with... Holy shit. Darth, welcome back to Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the... I don't think you need to hit me up on the Discord, but you can, I guess. If you need added to the country club, but not to send me videos of your naked body. Thanks, man. Netflix, I decided to go with 4X, April 28, 23, 280p. Repositioning for extrinsic moves on it are great. It's really printed, unlike some IA manufacturers. I don't know. I'm doing pretty well on my NVIDIA position right now. I'm near even. I'm okay with that. Near even? Yeah. I think I'm down like 4%. I did the math on it last night. I'm down like 4, maybe 5% if it closes the day above 230. I hedged earnings, first of all. And then I've been selling naked calls on it for like a week and a half. I've learned my lesson the hard way. Set stops when you're up. That's usually a good idea. Yeti recalls 2 million coolers. Okay. Where could reposition take us? Higher? Green end of day? That'd be insane. Well, let's find out. We'll buy some fucking 0 GTs. About 0 GT puts right before the push. That sucks. I don't like being above 39.80. Did you do what? What happened to VIX W? I sold my calls today and now I can't find the ticker. What? You mean VIX? It's just VIX. Was this a bigger pullback than this morning? Almost. %? 14%. Interesting. Jesus Christ. Fuck these options. VIX W is what Schwab uses for VIX? Oh, okay. Wasn't that weeklies though? Ooh, hello GameStop. Cenas? I'm just super zoomed in. This is like a 10-cent move. Zero GT calls this late into the day. I would think there is a good potential for an end of day sell off. There's a good potential for either one, to be honest. Especially where we're positioned right now at like 30.80. I think most of the zero GT puts have closed out, so I'm leaning more towards it selling off into the end of the day, but it's hard to say. 10-cent buying GME? I wish. Can you explain long-term bull case on Fubo? They have a plan for a path to profitability. Their subscriber base and revenues are growing. They're supposed to be cash flow positive by 2025, according to them. That's the bull case. They're also probably, due to the broadcasting rights that they've acquired already and continue to acquire, a potential buyout target for other streaming services. They're still bullish on GME for OPEX in March. Yeah, I think so. Going up 20 cents is not MOASS. The more jams we make in this channel, the more GME will rise. Praise be to the Lady VWAP, Riku. That's not true. You don't need to be a Dan for prices to go up. I started a trading journal. Did I get infected with something? I don't know. Should wear a rubber. Is the reason you're bullish because RC moved earnings to OPST +2? No, that makes me feel like he's gonna do a dilution. More Dans is not better. A rubber what? Also, I have 14 kids. How much more can they dilute? As much as they fucking want? Why does this date make you think he dilutes? Because the price might be up? And he's tweeting shit, so he's trying to pump interest. My dad's cousin has 24 kids. That's a lot of them. What if RC sells instead of diluting? Nothing would surprise me at this point. What's the bullish thesis for GME heading into earnings? It's illiquid. XRT's got a lot of puts on it. There's no holiday to defer out the OPEX obligation covering. So, we'll see if we get one. If we don't, I'll just sell more covered calls. What kind of scenario would allow for an institution to default on a swap? I'm not sure I can wrap my head around the concept. Maybe an example would help. Who defaulted on a swap? I mean, you simply don't have money, right? In which case, your assets would be liquidated to pay it. Do you plan to post an updated NVIDIA options chart at some point? OI Gex. I want to roll into June's, but I want to know the options landscape. Sure. Oh, loading times are so slow. I'll post it. I'll post it in the. Ah, fuck it. I'll just post it in the Pickle Picks Discord. NVIDIA's price entirely propped up by one contract. VIX 30 end of day? Jesus, man. I hope so. Any ideas what to do with spare margin for income, not assignment? I would say that you would maybe find income strategies that you like. I wouldn't be pursuing any income strategies right now in a trending market, but is being a den a respectable, honest living? Yeah. Nvidia closing under GN big here? Oh, it's huge, yeah. I don't know if that's gonna happen. You can never fully remove a den from the pickle jar. When were you removed? Jimmy go you. Well, it bounced a little. Right there. VIX option prices are going up. Again, leading indicator? Not really. It could be. The market maker is pricing in higher volatility. No, not as of yet. Posty. I think that's kind of something we're working on building out, but no, nothing like that exists as far as I know right now. Gamma neutral on Nvidia is 227. $227. In a fight to the death, whose YouTube channel would win? Ours, right? A fight to the death for what? Against who? I think most of us have been kicked at least once. Let's be real. I don't think so. It is I, Darth. You cannot force me out. Yes, I can. Oh, you're asking me to do a lot of things I'm 100% not going to do, Posty. How do you think GME $20 cover calls 317 safe? Risky. Why? For what? Are they worth anything? Are you gonna make like fucking 20 cents? $0.14? PTC back above 20K. Market crash averted. SVIB, only 2.7% of deposits fall under 250K or FDIC insured. Ouch. Are we nearing the price range for BTU CSPs? They're a bit risky right now because the chance of assignment's really high. It's not a terrible range for them, but I mean, if you sell them, you're probably going to get assigned. VIX will close at 24, maybe. QQQ puts or SQQQ calls. What's the consideration with deciding between the two? Well, one is 3x the performance of the other, but notionally QQQ is much larger. Nvidia Gamma looking very odd. Nvidia Gamma, like, hiding from the bears up a tree. I think FDIC insurance would have been adjusted after all these years for inflation. Nah. Are you planning to sell your data service eventually? No. In your opinion, what is more likely right now, a violent bounce or a crash? I mean, statistically, a violent bounce would be more likely than a crash. Almost always, unless you're in the middle of a crash. Bears can climb trees. Yeah. 14, that's almost 3 less dumpster visits that I'll have to do this weekend. I found a house that I like on Goat Creek. I have to buy it, right? I mean, I don't see how you have a choice. Well, it depends. As SPX or SQQQ closes higher and higher, it can have a more and more significant like intraday gains. That was a hilarious analogy with the bears and the tree. I mean, fucking Nvidia's like gamma chart is like it's fucking ridiculous. It's just got like 7.7 million gamma at this strike. I've been here since you took over for Warden. Very sporadic watching and from timing. Actual name is Dan. Finally listening more and making back some money. Hope it continues. Thanks. No problem, no name. I remember you. I'm just gonna stay this way for the rest of the stream. I don't want to deal with resetting the camera. Using the inverse Kramer indicator, Jim Kramer tweeted today, JP Morgan is a fortress. Oh fuck, I need to transfer my checking account. Ugh. Yeah. I just want to put on JPM because of that. With the new cam addressing the blurry gherk issue, will you be putting the old cam up for auction? What's the starting bid? Whatever I paid for it. 480p gherk. I have a theory that when NVIDIA starts trading rationally, your camera blurriness will go away. It's like the streaming equivalent of pathetic fallacy. Interesting. God, NVIDIA sucks. Did you see the chart? This is volatile as fuck going into the end of day. Is it really? Huh. I always knew you loved Puddle of Mud. I don't really. Does Wendy's offer FDIC insurance? I don't think so. JPM hold 265 million of SVB. Fractions of a percentage point, but something nonetheless. They're the number 5 holder. Yeah, just watch it bump 30 BPS in 5 seconds because it was below 230. That's how it works. It is me, Blurk. Does this 7.7 million gamma all expire March 17th? Most of it, yeah. Although if we fall below it, it's all going to sell off, right? NVIDIA can just keep doing what it wants. I'll just buy more puts. I don't give a fuck. Me either. Yeah, that's kind of my approach to NVIDIA at this point, too. Does WeBull have ES? No. What's your guess for Monday price action? Your guess is better than mine. I don't know what's gonna happen. We have CPI Tuesday, so expect call buying to come in at least slightly further dated. Uh, I don't know if they're gonna have to chase the price down in order to get neutral positioning in place, or if we're just gonna stabilize in this range through Monday. I would say as we approach the middle to end of day Monday, things are gonna get real tight because the rest of the market downside is probably going to be leaning on CPI and PPI. I told you to hold the market up until mid-April. I'm very disappointed in you. I told you when it was going to go down. What do you want from me? Am I dumb if I buy some out-of-the-money puts for Monday as a lotto? I mean, if you understand that you may not make any money on them at all, then no. Vic's holding out well in the face of these ups. Good for my position, bad for my end-of-day prediction. Is it? It's doing okay. I mean, all that I ever wanted from you was your love, my husband. Yeah. Upstart owed SVB money and loans. Huh. I wonder if they don't anymore. Is this the point that SPX realizes Jimmy is moving up and has to follow? Uh, a little bit, maybe? Could be from Cenas. I don't know. Jimmy's not moving up a ton. Bobby positive on the day because I know everyone cares. No one gives a flying fuck. Nvidia going up with the market, so no go down with market. Hmm. We're probably done doing a lot of things for today. My March 31, 3600p, 3600s are printing after 6 weeks. I have a little up, mostly down. Power is out at my house. You still holding some 3600s? I have a few left, yeah. Not many. Most of them I already kind of took profits on. This is good for Monday. It means a gap down. We have no idea what's going to happen over the weekend, right? How is tech not crashing right now? I don't know. I guess people think it's defensible. Or it's just being propped up while institutions sell out. I think actually both of those are probably true. Why neutral over the weekend? With all this extra bank fear, I would have pegged you for a 2-to-1 guy, short favored, because we're moving into CPI and there's not enough call positioning to hedge the upside. So it's got to come in at some point. I mean, I'm no 1-to-1 on the straddle, but my overall position's super fucking bearish everywhere, right? I'm sure portfolio wise, I am far greater than 2-to-1 leverage to the downside. Well, now we know why your girlfriend left you, Mr. Grey Pubes. Did you see my pinned theta question? No? I don't know about the weekend, but whatever we get Monday will be flat to uppish by end of day with some chop. Yeah, probably. One sec. Out for the day. Port is back from the dead and realized 10K profits on the day. Nice. Thanks, Girk. Have a good weekend. You too, man. I'm scared the world is gonna end on Monday. Why? My bingo card needs end of day sell off. We'll see. Oh. Hmm. Mm-hmm. What the fuck was that? Did you guys see it make me tiny? Incite Panic. Tiny Gurk as sung by Elton John. Hold me closer, tiny gherkin. Count the red lights on the chart way. I have 42 plus DT spy puts up bigly. Want to take profit, but same time, I think this is far from dumping. My PT is 370. Hedging is expensive right now. Are you still bearish midterm? Yeah? But define midterm. 30 days? I have Asraf and Yura. Like one of your cuttlefish. March 24th. 24th? That's short term. That's not midterm. That sounds like you should probably consider, I don't know, repositioning if you're super deep in the money and you want to retain exposure while not risking your initial capital outlay, right? Like the same thing I've been saying all day. What happens if VIX opens over 30 on Monday? Fun stuff. Gork, are my CERN puts safe? Well, they expired. Out of the money. So yes. My average price for GME is $29.90. Will I ever get better at this? I mean, you could average down pretty substantially at the current price, or you could wait for an even lower one. I've been watching all day. No problem. It hasn't been a year though. We can't declare those puts dead. I think we could. They expired. Me and my girlfriend are getting a Maine Coon cat with gains made today. She wants to know if we should name him Volker. Only if the Fed bumps rates. Can you please explain why some options have 0.05 spread all the time? Are they not liquid enough, or is it something structural? I mean, that's like the minimum. I think that's the minimum. Generally, like, well, for retail. Might be your broker. Might not be. I don't know why. I don't think all options. It's just some options. Yeah, it could be liquidity. CPI prediction. I don't have one. Wait till Monday. I've taken 100% profits on half my March 3900, and I feel like I won't lose much value holding till the end of next week, even though they're in the money. Is that too risky? I'll set a stop. I mean, you should probably at least be protecting your profits. If you're not going to capture them, at least protect them. Are those hidden secret Brazilian puts going to print when the market keeps going down? No, they expired in 2021 before August OPEX. In the money. Some stocks based on price, etc. have 0.1, 0.5, 0.10 widths for options prices. Yeah, but he's just saying some strikes. So that's what's kind of confusing about it. Like I know depending on the stock, the minimum spread is locked, but some brokers the minimum spread is locked. Thanks, but I talk about FSLR 190 put for today. What? How many is a Brazilian? 4. Yeah, Jamie still has potential down to the $15 range. Why did I choose Tesla and Nvidia to buy puts on when tech is still pretending everything is fine? Smacks my head. I mean, it depends when you bought the puts. Some of them are doing quite well. Tesla's not doing well at all. Tesla's down like $20 already. I tried to get a Brazilian once and it hurt so bad I peed a little. That was a rough way to spend Halloween. I can imagine. Wishful thinking, but it would be nice if Nvidia fell below gamma neutral by the end of the day. I would enjoy that as well. Oh yeah, you can't sell it for less than 5 cents. You can market sell it, someone may buy it, but it's unlikely. What do you think about waiting for a pullback before entering 331, 39 to 3800s? Yeah, that's fine. Everyone, you need to not be so impatient. Even if the market crashes on Monday, you can still scalp a market crash, right? I think everyone's getting like they want to rush into everything. I don't really know if that's necessary. I wonder if VIX is going to recover into the end of the day here. Maybe just back up to 26. It's because they're flush. Yeah, don't over trade, right? That's a huge mistake. You've got an entire weekend to think of a plan. Bank slipping, I know. If there is an OPEX, is Fubo still a potential OPEX stock? Yes. Yes, it is one of the potential stocks. It actually, I mean, it ran a little bit in January too, alongside that price action as well. What is a plan? It's a set of goals uh, constructed in advance of an event or a period of time of your choosing that you plan to follow. I overrushed, and now I have a GFV for the next 90 days in the middle of a crash. You might be able to call your broker and get one violation pulled back. Although somehow I doubt it's your only violation. Total mistake. I talked about AI put, not FSLR. Whatever. The 3700p 313 ready for the guaranteed crash on Monday. Potential for SLD to catalyze more downside soon, especially if we stay in these ranges. Even more so if we fall under them. It doesn't. Calls are just cheaper because of the skew, but IV on calls is also up. Have you looked at the near-term IV on SPX options? It's ridiculous. We have CPI and PPI coming the first half of next week. How do you like this palindrome I made in your honor? Gherk, a man with a plan, Panama Craig. Beautiful. I have not. I've forbidden myself from short-term options. Is it normal to have such high theta decay on far out of the money put like 331 SPX 3600? Theta is negative 1.4. That's not very much. My plan for the weekend is to make and those aren't very far dated. They're under 30 days. Risk off on Bobby? Who gives a shit? When Tootsie Roll gonna reveal their new AI? Never. Took some profies and bought a 1K Fubertos for 136. CCville, here I come. Nice. Dumb to hold Monday, 393p. A little bit, yeah. Yeah, that sounds very risky to carry over the weekend. Is there something you're looking for on Bobby to turn bullish on the stock, or just won't touch it? Yeah, sure. If liquidity on it dries up again, maybe I'd be interested. So far, that hasn't happened. I just got off with the CEO of AI, and he said he will push NVIDIA to 229 end of day, but not lower. Lamb. Bobby absolutely ripping up a nickel. Sorry for all the massages too late here. Thanks for everything, man. Still being patient. No problem. The Bobby MOASS is here. Oh, Jesus. Fuck off. Do you guys have somewhere else to be? Isn't there someone else who will pump Bobby and, like, confirm your bias? There's got to be, like, just another... Can't you find some dipshit who's like, oh, man, this stock's so great. I can't wait to buy a bunch of it. There's once an options trader so keen who thought he'd make a fortune. A dream, but his trades were all wrong, and his losses so strong. Now he's broke with no cash to redeem. Lovely. Trade spotting isn't on right now. People playing Bobby when you could have bought a VIX a week ago, it just went up $10. I know. Would you say that the average pickle jar member is more profitable than Matt Kors? Oh, probably, but not from YouTube, right? Matt Kors doesn't make money trading. He's a YouTuber. I need the market to go up before May, and then it can crash. Any chance of this? We might get a bounce. I don't know if we have another full-on, like, bear rally in the future, but we might have a bounce. R2K is getting demolished today. I'm well aware. NVIDIA 500 next? Sell the mid-caps first? Probably. They have the least impact on broader indices. Every time NVIDIA goes below 230, the 5-second candle on SPY and QQQ go nuts. You need to stop watching this. The 5-second candles, dork. You're getting too deep. I'm not gonna be able to pull you back out. Let's be honest, we all held Bobby and just stopped telling you. Like the crusty socks under the bed. We hid those shares. Yeah, that's embarrassing. Maybe they could use Bobby bath towels to dry that liquidity. Maybe. Does Bobby have any more inventory, or can they even afford to carry inventory? Time to drill into end of day. We'll see. Or, you know, just move back down to 3860 and sit there. I have 3860Ps that are up 16% right now. Pro con sell hold over the weekend. You can see what happens into close. I mean, this is downtrending, although it's a fairly stable downtrend. Can you do more YouTube shorts like dancing to that Addams Family dance and stuff? I don't know how YouTube shorts are made. I know ones are made of me, but I don't know how to facilitate that. When is political stuff next week? Tuesday? You mean macroeconomic stuff? Tuesday and Wednesday? I don't know about what political stuff is next week. I do have a straddle. Well, first you shill Herbalife. Doc, you hammered today. Are you looking for a buying opportunity? Not at these prices. I didn't stop out of my puts, although I probably should close them before the end of the day. Now, my buy-in range for DocuS's in the 40s, like 40 to 45. If I can get it lower than 40, fucking awesome. Political stuff, same like JPOW opening his mouth. Oh, that's the day of GME earnings. Right? 22nd? Or is it the day after GME earnings? I can't remember. I'm bearish on Bobby because everyone's waiting for their going out of business blowout sale to buy anything. It's true. I hate this channel. I've had Bring Me a Higher Love stuck into my head all week. You're welcome. That's on boomers hearing bank failure news over the weekend and getting PTSD. Could happen. I hope it does. How many GME shares has JPEG DRS? Ben, thank you so much, man. Guys, give Ben a shout out for hooking you up with some Cornishon memberships. I appreciate it, dude. I need washclaws really bad. You should check out Target. Or Macy's. If you're feeling fancy, Nordstrom's. DM'd you my search for a Bobby dipshit. That's fucking amazing. Here you guys go. Boom. Now leave me the fuck alone. Why do I think we'll rise into close with puts closing out not go that way, and when I need the reverse to happen, they go that way? Alternatively, don't try playing 0 DTs at the end of the day unless you plan on just throwing the money away. Oh, snap. Speaking of end of day 0 DTs, look at this spicy shit. Ah. Cobra, thank you so much, man. Guys, give Cobra a shout out for hooking you up. Thank you, guys. And welcome to Cornichon, all of you. Enjoy your Dillionaire coupons. We need a Power Hour song where the rocket comes crashing back down to Earth. I don't have one of those. CPIs next week. Federate decisions the following week. Yeah, I mean, SLD is probably going to have to lead to some sell-offs given the current position of institutions and OPEC's expiration. It's your YouTube liaison officer. This is why you drive low interaction. I don't. I have very high interaction. My interaction is off the charts. The best. ETF KRE is down 16%. Is that a reliable tracker for the banking sector's health? No. There's bank and SPF, both of which are bank indexes. Those are probably a far more reliable indicator than an ETF. Does VIX only move when S&P is crashing, or does it move up whenever there's large movement regardless of direction? Volatility works both ways, I thought, but it's more highly correlated to the downside. We need a Power Hour song where the rocket comes crashing back down to Earth. No, I don't have that. Do you play the new Bear song? I did play it. I played it earlier. If VIX breaks 26 right now, I'll play it again. Seacraft, thank you so much, man. Guys, welcome to Cornichon. I appreciate it, dude. Congratulations to everybody who did well today. Today was a little bit more of a wild ride than yesterday, but still really profitable. Everybody gangsta till Stefan gifts the entire chat pigeon whale. That's not gonna happen. I missed the new song. Well, then you better hope VIX breaks 26. Fubo fire sale? How much lower can it go? I don't know. Depends on if the market crashes. I would say it's near its bottoms, except the market keeps going down, and that can drag it even lower. Do $25 CCs on GME count as winning? I don't know. When did you sell them? Did you sell them when it was worth more money? Bobby up 7%, another 300K, 300,000% more to go. Shorts have to close. Can NVIDIA survive another earnings call? Probably not. Ooh, looking gross. Dork, the 230s are out of the money. Oh shit, alright.
You wanna ride it up the moon, you won't sell the top and move. You don't, your stock is going down, not up. Your base is upside down. You're stuck, your head is knocking like it's Tuesday. Bear, bear, be scared, not a fucking care bear. Bear, bear, don't care, all up in your dare, yeah. Bear, bear, big bear, and now your board is down, 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 down.
Thank you. All right, you little bitches. Get up, up.
This is classy as fuck. I know.
Bear, bear, moo, 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 moo. Bear, bear, moo, 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 moo. Bear, bear, moo, 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 moo. Bear, bear, moo, 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 moo.
It's amazing. Thank you again, Yuri. Love it. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Fuck, ending the day at 38.50. It's kind of intense. Market crash over the weekend? Fingers crossed. The last 2 days haven't been real. It's just been sell orders, right? Everyone's getting their sell orders ready. I didn't hear no bell. End of day today market crash. That'd be pretty fun. $73 bands. Thank you so much for all you teach us. I'm repaying a loan, but one day I'll get you back for everything you do. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Bro, what you doing tonight? I don't know. Probably gonna stare at my portfolio and fondle my puts. You? I think everyone's forgetting that I spent pretty much the entirety of the month of February and yeah, almost the entire month of February buying puts. Drinking a lot and hanging out in VC. All right. We'll see what happens. I could end up caught up in plans, but I don't know. What a couple of days. Thanks for the guidance per usual. My birthday is Monday, so everybody wish for a crash. Okay, Mr. Flags. Happy birthday in advance. Thank you so much, man. My landlord would be mad if I opened a HELOC on the house I'm renting and YOLO'd it into SPX 0GT 3000Ps at market open on Monday. Yes. But you know, if you owe the bank $10,000, that's your problem. But if you owe the bank 100, it's theirs, right? Or whatever. While you ate, I bought puts. While you slept, I bought puts. While you partied, I fondled my puts. Puts, yeah, I've been cranking puts harder than Nvidia's been cranking soft goods. To those who are upset with the downs, look at inverse ETFs, you will feel better. More than their large AI goods, mega large. With all of that attention to puts, when did you have time to study the blade? That was harder. I might be a little bit behind. Hopefully I catch up before the next blade test, though. Is the sideways candles before it close weird to you in any way? No. Not really. We're kind of just like at resistance here. They're fighting for keep VIX below 26 at close, it seems like. They're trying to pump those NVIDIA 230s back in the money, too. I hope they fucking die. Puts on JPM? Risky. I would argue, of the banks, that's the one least likely to be allowed to fail. I'm sitting on 7 SPY, 370, 331, now up 28%. Last 3 months down like 70% till now. Would you hang on or roll to reposition? You got a little bit of theta, not a ton. You're still out of the money. You're going to lose some money over the weekend. It's up to you. You could reposition. You could move into more beneficial contracts, but they're not the worst. I would be afraid of opening up and having them sit out of the money through Monday, because then you're holding them at least till Tuesday. I have SPY 385p for next Friday. I was going to hedge with calls for CPI. Should I just close while I'm up, or is there a good chance of a gap down this weekend? You could reposition? I took all my money out of JPM, and I've been rolling 0 DT SPX puts for a month. Much safer. You gotta practice your blade for the next season of Forged in Fire, Knife or Death. I wouldn't even know where to begin. I guess you just hammer metal. They make it look hard, but it can't be that difficult, right? Long strangle rather than straddle for Monday, bad plan. No, I mean, you could do a strangle too. Volatility is high enough that it's probably okay. I just worry that there's not that much upside potential, and I don't want to buy out of the money calls only to have them further out of the money on Monday. Breaking, U.S. Federal Reserve calls for emergency meeting Monday, March 13th, before the CPI print? Holy fuck. Oh, shit's about to get weird. I like this. JPOW gonna come in with a 1.0 on Monday. I hope it's real. I don't know. Someone want to confirm it? You guys are starting to sound like SS. You're starting to sound like a cunt, but what's your point? Will that be public? It's probably a closed door meeting, but the whatever happens in the meeting would probably be public. (3/10, 2023) advance notice of meeting under expedited procedures, a closed meeting of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. They advanced the meeting by 10 days? That's kind of a big deal. The emergency meeting's just to solve the wire fraud question that guy had from like 2008. It was 2001 when Mr. Powell was supposed to meet with him to discuss that. Will be held under expedited procedures, 11:30 a.m., March 13th, 2023. Matters considered, review and determination by the Board of Governors of the advance and discount. Ooh. I guess the contagion might be a little bit bigger. Can't wait to buy Jimmy at $5. Regional and community banks would begin failing. So just raise them enough that all the banks fail. This runs all the way to the top, boss. I can't wait to buy Google at $5. I wish. How is S Gym today? Huh? The full port into puts? Say less. I mean, not necessarily. That adds a lot of volatility potential to Monday. I might add some to the call side of my straddle. SGM is the inverse Kramer ETF? Oh, you mean Kramer's hedge? According to the New York Times, the most reputable and definitely not fake news says that JPOW is sending mixed signals on incoming rate hike. Have a good weekend, Gerg. I'll see you at 3,600. Psalm 130. Thanks, Lawrence of Alabia. Always appreciated. What are the emergency meeting being held in private? It is. It's a closed door meeting. Or do you get info from it before CPI? I mean, you might get info from it after the meeting is concluded. 2 DT slightly out of the money calls. A good poor man's hedge. Not really. How amazing is it? We're on our way to a $15 GME. Man, I can't wait to hear the RSS excuses. It will be glorious. Someday the confirmation bias levy will break and it will be so good. I mean, I think we're going to crash at some point, right? And then GME is just going to crash with the market as a stock would, right? And then the whatever shorts are open on it will close and it'll rally back half the amount it crashed. And they'll be like, no, they fucked us. That was supposed to be MOASS. That wasn't the real market crash. The shorts are still in, right? And I want to see how many people hang on for that round of MOASS ideology. Does this mean anything? A final announcement of matters considered under expedited procedures will be available on the board website following the closed meeting. Yeah, the information from the closed meeting will be available following the closed meeting. You're forgetting about the crime. I know. Well, the crime's going to be part of the crash, right? You know what's going to happen is the market's going to crash and Kenny's going to make another $16 billion this year. That's the crime. It's okay, guys. They're crashing the market and GME simultaneously to pay us. I'm in for the straddle 324. Looking to profit on both sides of this baby. Let's go. Nice. Bullish for short vol plays. Draxx, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Ding ding. The day is, well, I guess we have like 2 ticks. Done. I'm done with it. Good thing we can rely on the movie theater industry to stay afloat. Oh, man. Yeah, what a day. That was fun. So, you know, SPX down 100, another 144 basis points. VIX up 10%. GME actually still resistant to the downside with ETF FTDs coming in, only losing 1.54% today. And NVIDIA closing down 2% and only $2 above gamma neutral. Hopefully we start to see some capitulation of the 230 strike on NVIDIA. And we see a slip below that gamma neutral point where we can start seeing the market maker sell into the falling price instead of buying more. Looks like we're moving into a pretty volatile day with the Fed having a closed door meeting on Monday, an emergency meeting. I don't know if that has to do with the current SVB failure or if it's, you know, there's wider spread contagion amongst the banks and possibly more banks or regional banks that are undercapitalized, and there may be a risk to increasing the federal funds rate that is unknown to us at this time, but moving the closed door meeting before the CPI print is extremely interesting. I don't know what the outcome of that will be. So be prepared for a lot of volatility Monday. Up and downside hedges are probably a good idea. As for GME, 3 more days of ETF FTDs. Although they will be on increased liquidity, and so downside on those in line with the market is more likely. That's about it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Member stream this weekend, 12:30 Eastern Standard Time on Sunday, and I will see you all, the rest of you, on Monday. Thank you so much. Enjoy your weekend. Congratulations to everybody who absolutely killed it today. You guys did amazing. Well done. Yeah. Later, guys.